Utah's official voter information pamphlet. General election, Tuesday, November 5, 2024. Note: this electronic version of the voter information pamphlet contains general voting information for all Utah voters. To view voting information that is specific to you, visit vote.utah.gov. Select, quote, "Learn about candidates and issues," end quote, and enter your address. Then click on, quote, "Sample ballot, profiles, issues," end quote. A Spanish version is available on vote.utah.gov. X, formerly Twitter, at E Elections, U, Utah. Instagram, at E Elections, U, Utah. Vote, vote.utah.gov. State of Utah, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Deidre M. Henderson, Lieutenant Governor. Dear Utah voter, my office is excited to present the 2024 Voter Information Pamphlet. Please take the time to read through the material to learn more about the upcoming general election on November 5, 2024. Inside, you will find information about candidates, ballot questions, judges, and how to vote. This guide is not a substitute for Utah State Code, and it is not intended to be a comprehensive or an authoritative statement of law. For further legal information, please consult Utah State Code or other appropriate legal resources. If any inconsistency exists between this publication and statute, the statutory language governs. Utah State Code can be found at le.utah.gov. In addition to this pamphlet, you can visit vote.utah.gov to find even more information about the election. At vote.utah.gov, you can view your sample ballot, find your polling location, and view biographies for the candidates in your area. If you need assistance of any kind, please call us at 1-801-538-1041. Email elections@utah.gov or stop by our office in the State Capitol building. Thank you for doing your part to become an informed and engaged citizen. Sincerely, signed Deidre M. Henderson, Lieutenant Governor. Table of Contents. Candidates, page 3. U.S. President and Vice President, page 4. U.S. Senate, page 5. U.S. House of Representatives, page 9. U.S. Congressional District 1. U.S. Congressional District 2. U.S. Congressional District 3. U.S. Congressional District 4. Utah Governor and Lieutenant Governor, page 22. Utah Attorney General, page 35. Utah State Auditor, page 40. Utah State Treasurer, page 43. Utah State Board of Education, page 46. Utah State Legislature, page 47. Utah State Senate. Utah State House of Representatives. Questions/issues. Constitutional Amendment B, page 64. Constitutional Amendment C, page 70. Judicial Retention Information, page 79. Introduction, page 80. Evaluations, page 83. How can I vote? Page 133. How do I cast my ballot? Page 134. How do I register to vote? Page 135. What ID do I need? Page 136. Track my ballot. Page 137. Voter Registration Form, page 138. Alternate Address Request Form, page 140. County Clerk Directory, page 141. Helpful Information. Local Candidates and Measures. This pamphlet contains information for state candidates and measures. For information about local candidates and measures, visit vote.utah.gov or contact your county clerk's office. You can find their contact information on page 141 of this manual. Important dates. Ballots begin being mailed October 15th. Register by mail, received by 5 p.m. October 25th. Register online by 5 p.m. October 25th. Register in person by 8 p.m. November 5th. Election Day, November 5th. Voter qualifications. You are eligible to vote in Utah if you are at least 18 years old on or before the next general election, a U.S. citizen, a Utah resident for at least 30 days immediately before the next election, not currently serving a prison or jail sentence for a felony conviction. Register to vote or update your registration. Register, check your status, or update your address at vote.utah.gov by October 25th at 5 p.m. to receive a by-mail ballot. Registration and updates may also be made at the polls on Election Day or during early voting. Utah political parties. Constitution Party. ConstitutionPartyofUtah.com. Area code 435-314-8847. Democratic Party. UtahDemocrats.org. Area code 801-328-1212. Green Party of Utah. GreenPartyofUtah.org. Area code 385-275-6002. Independent American Party. IAPUtah.org. Area code 801-970-1076. Libertarian Party. LibertarianUtah.org. Area code 866-511-8857. No Labels Party. NoLabels.org. Area code 202-588-1990. Republican Party. UTGOP.org. Area code 801-533-9777. United Utah Party. UnitedUtah.org. Area code 385-325-1620. Utah Forward Party. UtahForwardParty.org. Area code 801-441-0003. Candidates. The following pages list the candidates who are running for statewide office. Federal candidates, as well as the executive office candidates, were given the opportunity to submit a statement and a photograph. The Lieutenant Governor's office has not edited these statements. All candidates in this pamphlet appear in the order they will appear on your ballot. Candidates appear in a random order as directed by Utah State Code 20A-6-305. The current random list is BZCWREN-AJ-YM-KS-GL-FT-XPU-OVHIQD. Looking for more information on legislative, school board, county, and other local candidates? visit vote.utah.gov. View your sample ballot. Read biographies for candidates in your area. For example, Jane Doe, veterinarian, Smithfield, janedoe@email.com, janedoeforoffice.com. Visit vote.utah.gov to read about the candidates on your ballot. All candidates were given the opportunity to submit a personal profile. Find your polling location. President and Vice President. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Candidate J. J. Bowman, President. D. D. Bowman, Vice President. Party, write-in. Candidate Cornell Ronald West, President. Melina Abdullah, Vice President. Party, unaffiliated. Candidate Buddy Arden Wilkerson, President. Party, write-in. Candidate Lucifer Justin Case, Everylove, President. Party, unaffiliated. Candidate Steve M. Johnson, President. Party, write-in. Candidate Andre Ramon McNeil, President. Party, write-in. Candidate Joel Skousen, President. Rick Combs, Vice President. Party, Constitution. Candidate Jill Stein, President. Rudolph Ware, Vice President. Party, Green. Candidate Peter Sonsky, President. Lauren Michelle Onak, Vice President. Party, write-in. Candidate Donald J. Trump, President. J.D. Vance, Vice President. Party, Republican. Candidate Future Madam POTUS, President. Party, write-in. Candidate Chase Oliver, President. Mike Termott, Vice President. Party, Libertarian. Candidate Kamala D. Harris, President. Tim Walz, Vice President. Party, Democratic. Candidate Chandra Yvette Irving, President. Party, write-in. U.S. Senate. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Carlton E. Bowen. Contact email info@carltonforussenate.com. Website carltonforussenate.com. City of residence, American Fork. Years of residence, 17. Age 55. Occupation, Executive Project Manager. A lifelong Republican, I ran Independent American to ensure there would be a pro-Trump candidate on the November ballot. My GOP opponent has refused to endorse Trump and called for Trump's censure. I, Carlton E. Bowen, am the only pro-Trump candidate for U.S. Senate. I'm running on a platform of traditional values, traditional money, and our tradition of freedom. There are only two genders, male and female. We need to remain a free market capitalist economy. We need to re-embrace U.S. minted gold and silver coin to solve many of our economic problems. I'll only vote for spending that's part of a yearly balanced budget. I won't vote to increase the debt ceiling. America was founded by people seeking religious freedom and economic opportunity. God is the author of our liberty and has protected America. We must remember and serve Him still if we're to remain a free and prosperous nation. I'm born and raised in Utah. I served honorably in the U.S. Air Force and have lived in Utah, Texas, Virginia, and South Korea. I'm married to my wife of 37 years, have 6 children and 14 grandchildren. I'm for the U.S. Constitution and value everyone's freedom. U.S. Senate continued. John Curtis. Contact email info@johncurtis.org. Website johncurtis.org. City of residence Provo, Utah. Ranked as the 9th most effective Republican in Congress, John has delivered for Utah, focusing on energy independence, fighting reckless spending in both parties, standing up to Communist China's aggression, protecting farmers and ranchers from overregulation, and defending Utah's land from federal overreach. He's been busy. Before Congress, John led a company that designed and built shooting ranges. This real-world experience taught him what it's like to successfully build something from the ground up. As Provo mayor, he cut the city's budget by over 8% and earned a 94% approval rating from residents. He understands that running a leaner government is important, and he uses that as an example of how the federal budget should also operate. John's 6 years of seniority in the U.S. House will follow him to the Senate, where seniority really matters. Utah won't have to start over. John now wants to take his unique experience and proven track record of getting things done for Utahns to the U.S. Senate. He believes that Utah families deserve to be heard and will continue to work hard every day to make Utah an even better place. As our senator, he'll keep getting things done for Utah. U.S. Senate continued. Carolyn Gleich. Contact email info@carolynforutah.com. Website carolynforutah.com/ City of residence Park City. Years of residence 15. Age 38. Occupation professional athlete. Hello, Utahns. My name is Carolyn Gleich. I am an activist, professional ski mountaineer, and your candidate for U.S. Senate. I have 3 priorities: protecting your families, freedom, and future. We desperately need change in our country. Prices are too high. Home ownership and quality child care are out of reach. Our veterans are underserved. Our teachers are underpaid. We have the government in our doctor's offices, and the Great Salt Lake is in serious danger of disappearing, leaving toxic dust that threatens the health of all Utahns. I have always used my platform for change, and I will continue to do so in the U.S. Senate. As your senator, I will advocate for fully funding the VA, fighting corporate greed, incentivizing affordable child care programs, codifying Roe v. Wade, and accelerating the transition to a clean, renewable energy economy while continuing to invest in American manufacturing and jobs, along with so much more. Utah is ready for a new generation of leaders, and I'm here to take on that challenge, to represent the people of the state with truth, optimism, and decency. I will work for you rather than dark money and corporations. I hope I can count on your vote. U.S. Senate continued. Write-in candidate, Laird Fetzer Hamlin. No profile submitted. U.S. House of Representatives. U.S. House District 1. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Bill Campbell. Contact email wjc.celebrate.life@gmail.com. Website billforyou.org. City of residence Syracuse. Years of residence 27. Age 59. Occupation business and charity. Priority U involves you, USA, Utah, and unity. Bill serves you, not special interests. He does not accept donations, wanting you to keep your hard-earned money. Bill served as Autoliv's CFO, leading financial integrity, asset safeguards, and retirement/benefit plans. Bill significantly contributed to People First, Perfect Quality, and strategic growth initiatives as Northern Utah jobs increased from 200 to over 10,000. Bill and Amy have been married 33 years and raised compassionate children, all earning USU degrees. Bill enjoys coaching, professional bodybuilding, MMA fighting, champion, charity sponsorships, and hiking our magnificent Wasatch trails. Bill's dominant first responder DNA explains his extensive military, medical, and security advocacy, never allowing any criteria before helping others. Community enhancement is a Campbell family cornerstone. Bill devotes time to numerous charities and strongly supports local businesses. Based upon extensive Campbell Cares activities, Bill was honored and humbled to serve as the 2024 Grand Marshal. Bill's credentials have been proven within our district, different than others' political speeches based on what they have never done nor ever tried to do. Vote principles over party, character over critic, selflessness over self-interests, solutions over stunts. We welcome you to join our exciting and unique movement. U.S. House District 1 continued. Daniel R. Cottom. No profile submitted. U.S. House District 1 continued. Blake Moore. Contact email team@electmore.com. Website electmore.com/ City of Residence, Salt Lake City. Blake Moore was elected vice chair of the House Republican Conference in 2023 and has positioned both himself and Utah in a pivotal leadership role within Congress. Renowned for his proactive approach to problem solving, he collaborates with colleagues to deliver results while steadfastly upholding his conservative principles. Blake advocates for an aspirational pro-growth and determined conservative agenda tailored to future generations. Blake currently serves on influential committees, including the powerful Ways and Means Committee, the pivotal Budget Committee, and the influential Steering Committee. He is dedicated to supporting Utah's small and local businesses and was recognized with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's prestigious Spirit of Enterprise Award. Blake's legislative prowess is evident, having been hailed as the most successful freshman Republican member in terms of legislation passed, and earning the title of Fiscal Hero from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Rooted in Utah's 1st District with his wife Jane and 4 boys, Blake balances his congressional duties by prioritizing family, regularly commuting between Washington and home to maintain his role as a devoted Little League dad. Blake previously worked as both a consultant for Utah businesses and a Foreign Service officer. Utah House District 2. Visit voteutah.gov for more information on these candidates. Nathaniel Woodward. Contact email woodwardforcongress@gmail.com. Website woodwardforutah@gmail.com. City of residence, Price. Years of residence, 25. Age, 36. Occupation, attorney and professor. Do you remember how big the world used to seem? It made our little local issues seem much more important. Now it feels like the opposite is true. We are deeply divided as a people, and the issues causing these divisions couldn't have much less to do with our actual daily lives. We need to reverse and refocus, turning our attention inward and away from Washington. Nothing any one of us can do will make an impact on any of those national issues because our system is designed to make sure our voices have as little impact as possible. But they can't stop us from focusing on the issues affecting our neighborhoods and hometowns. If we each pour our energy into addressing the little things in our lives that we each can make a difference in, I know that when we relook at those bigger national issues, they will seem infinitely more solvable. If there is anything I miss about the hometown of my youth, it's that being from there mattered to you. It was your town. It was our town, and that meant something. What do you want? More of the same or change that matters? U.S. House District 2 continued. Cassie Easley. Contact email contact@cassieforcongress.com. Website cassieforcongress.com. City of residence Enoch. Years of residence, 11 years. Age, 55. Cassie Easley is a strong believer in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. She is an evangelical Christian. She has lived in rural Utah for 21 years. She is the daughter of a retired Navy veteran. Having lived in both large cities and rural Utah, she feels it gives her a better insight into the varied needs of this district. Her political beliefs are based in the fundamental freedoms enumerated in the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution specifies the duties of the members of Congress in Article 1, Section 8. That is the job description, and anything other than that is beyond the powers delegated to them by the people. She is a person who is willing to stand up and bear the responsibility of taking those duties seriously, and to stay inside constitutional boundaries to represent the people of this district. She is a strong proponent of the Second Amendment. Without it, there would be no way to protect the rest of the Bill of Rights. She is a certified firearms instructor. She is a member of GOA and a current student at SUU. She is a proponent of unintrusive, fiscally responsible, constitutionally limited government. U.S. House District 2 continued. Celeste Malloy. Contact email info@celesteforutah.com. Website celesteforutah.com. City of residence Cedar City. Years of residence 3. Age 43. Occupation Congresswoman, Utah 2nd District. Congresswoman Celeste Malloy fights tirelessly for Utah's 2nd District. She is dedicated to ending the Biden-Harris overspending and combating inflation that is hurting American workers and families. She advocates for balanced budgets and disciplined spending. Celeste is committed to border security, including completing the border wall and supporting our Border Patrol as they battle the cartels pushing dangerous drugs like fentanyl into our communities. She defends your Second Amendment rights. She supports our military and will continue to be a champion for the men and women working at Hill Air Force Base. Celeste believes in the sanctity of life, standing for pro-life policies in Congress. She knows Utahns know how to manage our lands and resources better than federal bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. Celeste fights for America's energy independence and greater local control of our resources because she knows no one cares more about protecting and preserving our lands than the farmers and ranchers who live and work on them. A woman of faith, Celeste fervently defends religious freedom, pledging to uphold Utahns' rights to freely practice their faith. Celeste Malloy shows up for you, and she shows up for Utah. U.S. House District 2 continued. Tyler Merced. Contact email tyler@tylermerced.com. Website tylermerced.com. City of residence, St. George. Years of residence, 14. Age, 45. Occupation, warehouse manager. I was born and raised in Utah. I'm a regular guy who has done regular Utah things. I have a beautiful family and am worried about the direction of our country and how much more difficult it has become to make a living and live in freedom. Our rights to free speech and our rights to protect ourselves are directly under attack by those who seek to control us. I believe the further away the people who supposedly represent us are in mind and distance, the worse the outcomes for us. For those reasons, I've created an app called Voting Act. Go to votingact.com. that will allow citizens to vote on bills that come up in Congress. I will vote with the majority of those in my district every time. Allowing citizens to participate in a more direct manner in government takes the power away from the power brokers in D.C. and puts it back where it should be, with the people. A vote for me is a vote for you. U.S. House District 3. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Glenn J. Wright. Contact email wright.glenn@gmail.com. Website wrightforutahcongressionaldistrict3.com/ City of residence, Park City. Years of residence, 18. Age, 76. Occupation, retired. I was fortunate enough to be raised in a time when society allowed an average working person to comfortably buy a house, feed a family of 4, purchase a car, and still have money left to save. The greatest generation built the foundation for the boomer generation to prosper. Our children and grandchildren are not promised the same prosperous future that I was. We are all witnessing the impact of the increasing income distribution gap. Through my service as a Summit County councilman and working on the Utah Association of Counties Board, I have witnessed firsthand the everyday struggles of Utahns. I have seen how Utahns can benefit from their representatives working with diverse political backgrounds and opinions. We can work to solve the following. 1. Protecting our democracy. 2. Focusing on economic security, including affordable housing challenges. 3. Reaffirming personal agency and freedom. The path to prosperity and freedom is possible. The opportunity is in our hands. Wealth for the few has led to attacks on the Constitution and your freedom. I will preserve, protect, and defend this path forward with your support. U.S. House District 3, continued. Mike Kennedy. Contact email info@mikekennedyforutah.com. Website mikekennedyforutah.com. City of residence, Alpine. Years of residence, nearly 30 years. Age, 55. Occupation, family physician. Mike Kennedy is the Republican nominee for Utah's 3rd Congressional District. As a family physician, attorney, small business owner, dedicated husband to his wife Katrina, father of 8, and a grandfather of 9. Mike Kennedy has seen firsthand how Washington, D.C.'s failures to control inflation, secure our borders, or pass a budget make life harder for everyday Americans. As a state senator in Utah's part-time legislature, he has been a conservative advocate for fiscal responsibility, limited government, supporting small businesses, and the safeguarding of individual liberties. His legislative achievements include collaborating with others to cut taxes and balance the budget, as well as leading multiple efforts to make government more efficient and protect the most vulnerable in society. For more information, to donate, or to join the team, please go to MikeKennedyForUtah.com. U.S. House District 4. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. M. Evan Bullard. Contact email bullardmevan@gmail.com. Website instagram.com/mevanbullard $IGSH equals cap M cap T cap A 3B cap H cap I dash Y cap M cap W cap N QD 2 OYAG equals. City of residence, West Jordan. Years of residence, 19. Age, 25. Occupation, direct care behavior therapist. The integrity of the land of liberty has collapsed. We need better public officials, candidates you can count on. Americans are tired of voting between two candidates that aren't that great. I want to represent you, the people of Utah. I want to preserve your agency, to be able to choose between good candidates. We need to limit how political parties nominate candidates, to only nominate candidates to parallel offices proportional to the party's voter affiliates. I will advocate for the states to have more power in relation to the federal government by repealing the 17th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. These changes are the most effective way to restore appropriate government operation and advocate for constituents over big money. As a type of behavioral therapist, I know what it can take to change ineffective behavior. I plan to utilize my skills to advocate for the people upon my election. U.S. House District 4 continued. Vaughn R. Cook. Contact email vaughn@votevaughncook.com. Website votevaughncook.com. City of residence, Mapleton. Years of residence, 16. Age, 74. Occupation, company founder / Oriental medical doctor. Why? 1. To better represent the 4th District. Most of us are moderate in our thinking and our politics, and I'm a moderate. 2. To shift the balance of power in Congress away from the extremes. 3. To empower voters more than parties and lobbyists. 4. To focus more attention and action on issues that impact our quality of life. Education. 1. Skyview High School. 2. Bachelor of Science, USU, Political Science / Economics / Business. 3. Graduate, Oriental Medical Institute of Hawaii. 4. Doctor's degree, OMD, NAAAM. Experience. 1. I'm an entrepreneur and know the risks and challenges of business. 2. I have extensive clinical experience in complementary medicine, and I understand how critical health is to each individual and to society. 3. My current companies develop software products that combine principles of Eastern and Western medicine and are used by health professionals and wellness advocates around the world. Who? 1. I was born and raised in Utah. My roots go back 4 generations to the early pioneers. 2. LDS Mission, New Zealand. 3. I've been married to Catherine Carlson for 52 years. We have 5 children, 17 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. U.S. House District 4 continued. Katrina Fallick Wang. Contact email katrina@katrinaforcongress.us. Website katrinaforcongress.us. City of residence, South Salt Lake. Years of residence, 14. Age, 48. Occupation, digital media marketer. Katrina Fallick Wang is committed to representing Utah's 4th District in Congress. With a 30-year career in the technology sector and deep roots in her community, Katrina understands the everyday challenges faced by Utah families. She is focused on finding real solutions to the issues that matter most to Utahns, including affordable health care, quality education, environmental stewardship, and economic opportunity. Katrina believes in the power of grassroots action and is running a campaign funded by everyday Utahns, not special interests. She is passionate about bringing common sense to Washington and working across party lines to achieve results for Utah families. A woman of strong values, Katrina is determined to make sure that every Utahn's voice is heard in Congress. She knows that the people of Utah deserve leaders who will fight for them, and she is ready to show up for you and for Utah. Katrina Fallick Wang is running for Congress because she believes in a better future for Utah, a future where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. U.S. House District 4 continued. Burgess Owens. No profile submitted. Governor and Lieutenant Governor. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Spencer Cox. Contact email spencer@votecox.com. Website votecox.com. City of residence, Fairview. Years of residence, 46. Age, 49. Occupation, attorney. Governor Spencer J. Cox is a husband, father, farmer, recovering attorney, and Utah's 18th governor. During his first term in office, Governor Cox cut more than $1.2 billion in taxes, implemented landmark changes in water law, water conservation, and infrastructure planning, locked in record funding for education and teachers, enacted universal school choice, and secured funds for affordable housing. A longtime advocate for suicide prevention and mental health resources, he's become a national voice on protecting youth from the harms of social media. He also signed early education and workforce program funding and launched the One Utah Health Collaborative. Governor Cox has a long track record of public service, serving as a city council member, mayor, county commissioner, and state legislator before being appointed as Utah's lieutenant governor in 2013. A sixth-generation Utahn, Governor Cox was born and raised in Fairview, a town of 1,200 people. He married his high school sweetheart, Abby Palmer Cox. He has attended Snow College, USU, and the Washington and Lee University School of Law, then clerked for U.S. District Judge Ted Stewart, and worked at a Salt Lake City law firm. His running mate is Deidre Henderson. Contact email dmh@votecox.com. Website votecox.com. City of residence, Spanish Fork. Years of residence, 26. Age, 49. Occupation, homemaker. Deidre Henderson is Utah's 9th lieutenant governor, serving as the Beehive State's second highest elected official, chief election officer, and Secretary of State. While in office, Lieutenant Governor Henderson created Return Utah, a first-in-the-nation state program for Utahns who have been out of the workforce for an extended period. The program helps Utahns gain relevant experience as they re-enter the workforce. Before her time as Lieutenant Governor, Henderson served in the Utah Senate. She built a reputation as a strong conservative and champion of women and families. In politics, Lieutenant Governor Henderson stands by the wisdom of the U.S. Constitution, free markets, fiscal conservatism, federalism, and the blessings of freedom and liberty. As the mother of 5 children, Lieutenant Governor Henderson spent her 20s wiping her children's noses and bottoms and helping put her husband Gabe through school. She dropped out of college during her first year at BYU to raise a family, and in 2021 she graduated from BYU as a history major and walked alongside her son, Jimmy. Lieutenant Governor Deidre M. Henderson lives in Spanish Fork, where she and her husband Gabe raised their children. They have 4 daughters, 1 son, and 2 adorable grandsons. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Tommy Williams and Archie A. Williams III. No profile submitted. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Brian Smith King. Contact email info@kingforutah.com. Website kingforutah.com. City of residence Salt Lake City. Years of residence 63. Age 65. Occupation attorney. Brian King is a husband, father, grandfather, and attorney running to serve as your next governor. In his legal career, Brian sues some of the biggest insurance companies in the world on behalf of people who have had claims wrongfully denied. He is proud to have spent decades representing the interests of everyday people against powerful corporations. Brian's work representing District 23 in the Utah House of Representatives for the last 16 years has had a similar focus, representing the people and fighting for their interests against entrenched politicians, influential special interest groups, and giant corporations. He's no stranger to a David versus Goliath battle, and as governor, he will advocate for Utahns who are being left behind. Brian believes that Utahns deserve better, and he's running to put results over rhetoric and public service over personal interests. Brian is building a coalition of pragmatists made up of Utahns from all political affiliations and backgrounds. If you're tired of the division, the extremism, and the chaos, and if you're looking for a leader who will always stand up for what's right, then join us for the better. His running mate is Rebecca Cummings. Contact email info@kingforutah.com. Website kingforutah.com. City of residence Salt Lake City. Years of residence 11. Age 44. Occupation librarian. Rebecca Cummings is running alongside Brian King to be your next lieutenant governor. Growing up amidst diverse and politically divided surroundings, she learned early the importance of bridging divides. In her blue-collar conservative upbringing in a liberal city, Rebecca found solace in books. Her involvement in politics began as a librarian and advocate, going to the Capitol to oppose book bans and censorship. Now, as a mom of 3, Rebecca is the Director of Digital Matters at the University of Utah, co-chair of the Utah Library Association Advocacy Committee, and founding member of the Let Utah Read Coalition. Balancing family, education, work, and service, She has championed intellectual freedom and community engagement. With a vision for pragmatic governance and a dedication to empowering families, Rebecca is ready to lead Utah toward a future where every voice is heard and every individual thrives for the better. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. J. Robert Latham. Contact email freeutahns@stoptherepublicansofgilead.vote. Website lathamforutahns.us. City of residence, St. George. Years of residence, 13. Age, 55. Occupation, protecting the liberties and constitutional rights of Utahns against derogation and invasion by state actors. Attorney. Successfully and tenaciously championed fellow Utahns' constitutional rights for more than 3 decades. Represented prevailing petitioner in Holland versus Spencer Cox, U.S. District Court of Utah. Parental Defense Alliance, 2019 Appellate Attorney of the Year, N. Re. BTB. Protects families against state-facilitated child trafficking. Didn't manipulate housing market, enriching cronies. Didn't ask Utah Supreme Court to diminish our existing state constitutional initiative rights to alter or reform government. Family business, Centracom. Didn't receive $32 million from Utah taxpayers while holding elected office. Supports election integrity through 1. Increasing transparency using end-to-end auditable voting and hand counts paired with machine counts. And 2. Advocating use of the proportional ranked choice voting electoral method to populate policy-making boards with more ideologically diverse assemblies of responsive community members. Piloting democratic lotteries, sortition, in local governments to curb excess influence wielded by entrenched aggressors with dark triad personality traits. See Brian Klaus's, quote, corruptible, end quote. Disrupting censorship ecosystems and underthrowing domineering regimes through subversive innovation, entrepreneurship, intentional communities, mutual aid societies, and FOCJs. Ending family policies' benevolent terror by dismantling the division of child and family separation. Libertarian Party platform. As oft outnumbered tyrants coerce, use jury nullification to acquit those effectuating preemptive self-defense. Help grow the Liberty vote. His running mate is Barry Short. Contact email barryshort@q.com. Website lathamforutahns.us/. City of residence, Cedar City. Years of residence, 19. Age, 69. Occupation, business owner. Utah's Lieutenant Governor is the head administrator of all elections in Utah. It is a hugely important job, one Utahns should give serious attention. A recent KUTV poll indicates that more than half of Utahns are not confident that our elections are counted properly. Our elections must be fair, accurate, and open to all qualified voters. I will work to achieve these goals. 1. Restore in-person voting and make voting by mail opt-in, not automatic. 2. A recount procedure that counts and verifies every ballot. 3. Reduction or abolition of excessive candidate filing fees. 4. Absolute transparency at every step in the vote counting process. For the future, I support a constitutional amendment to abolish the position of Lieutenant Governor and restore that of Secretary of State, so our elections are led by an elected official responsible to voters, not a political appointee of the governor. As chair of my party, I have worked extensively with the elections office. I have the experience to know what needs to be done to make our elections fair and accurate and restore voter confidence. Elect a lieutenant governor who knows what the job requires and who intends to do it right. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Tom Tomini. Contact email ttomini@gmail.com. Website votethejesusway.org. City of residence Orem. Years of residence 6. Age 64. Occupation entrepreneur. Tom Tomini is a follower of Jesus. He gave up his business career to follow Jesus daily by sharing the gospel with all. He is running for governor to show all that the way of Jesus is the answer to our divisive politics, whether you are religious or not. The way of Jesus is to love all the time. This is reflected in our core Utah values of faith, family, and freedom, which is where Tom prayerfully stands on all issues. Tom is qualified to be governor as his temporal gifts align well, having led numerous enterprises, both nonprofits and for-profits. This campaign involves no money and no party. We urge you to ignore all political advertising and research every candidate on their website. Tom Tomini is the alternative to voting for any professional politician. His life story is being written on a website, My Life of Light. Tom lives a life of signs, wonders, and miracles, along with his share of trials and tribulations. He moved to Utah after joining the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints 7 years ago. Please consider voting the Jesus way, no matter how you vote. His running mate is William Lansing Taylor. Contact email lands@happiness.tech.biz. Website city of williamlansingtaylor.com/. Resident years of Salt Lake City, Utah. Residence 10. Age 54. Occupation structural geologist, retired. You probably believe in the existence of criminals, but there are no such people in our jails. Accused of crimes I did not commit, I was incarcerated for 79 days in Salt Lake Metro Jail. I talked to more than 300 prisoners. Every person says the same thing. I am innocent. State prosecutors fabricated this story. The opening line of my charging document was, quote, Mr. Taylor recently moved to Utah and apparently brings significant wealth, end quote. Sean Reyes convicted me a felon for saying, quote, please tell the truth, end quote. Heather Brereton let me be charged, tried, convicted, and punished without ever allowing me to speak, not even once. I was arrested, tortured, incarcerated, and extorted, all while innocent, receiving permanent punishment that destroyed my savings, career, health, hurting my children for generations to come. The criminal justice system of the state of Utah is a racket. As Lieutenant Governor, I will do everything in my power to 1. Limit prosecutor power. 2. Decriminalize mental health, drug addiction, and homelessness. 3. Reduce the size and expenditure of criminal justice by removing prosecutors and judges from state salary. And 4. Establishing perpetual court monitoring to bring charges against prosecutors and judges who violate our citizens. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Write-in candidate: Richard Kennedy Lyman. Carol Ann Lyman. No profile submitted. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Write-in candidate: Phil Lyman. Contact email phil@lymanforutah.com. Website lymanforutah.com. City of residence, Blanding. Years of residence, 1964 to present. Age, 60. Occupation, CPA. Phil Lyman, a fifth-generation Utahn, is known for his bold conservative leadership in San Juan County and beyond. As county commissioner, he led a protest against federal road closures and was named Commissioner of the Year for his commitment to defending citizens' rights. His career as an accountant began after earning degrees from BYU and the University of Utah. He returned to his hometown of Blanding to run his father's CPA firm and now owns Recapture Investment Group. Lyman also worked to preserve roads and access to public lands and reduce federal control over Utah's lands. He served as chair of the Seven-County Infrastructure Coalition, promoting vital infrastructure development while preserving local autonomy. As a state legislator, Lyman sponsored or co-sponsored 65 bills, focusing on property and water rights, rural health care, and natural resources management. Phil is a strong advocate for state sovereignty, fighting relentlessly against federal and special interest groups meddling in Utah's land, water, and energy resources. Phil and Jody Lyman have 5 children and 17 grandchildren. Phil is driven by his role as a father and grandfather and has a deep commitment to protecting Utah's fundamental liberties and resources for the next generation. His running mate is Natalie Clausen. Contact email natalie@lymanforutah.com. Website lymanforutah.com. City of residence, Highland. Years of residence, 7. Age, 47. Occupation, homemaker. Natalie Clausen, an Orem native, graduated from BYU with a Bachelor of Science in Political Science and a Juris Doctorate degree. Natalie completed Utah's POST, P-O-S-T, worked in law enforcement as an SFO, and was admitted to the Utah State Bar in 2003. With a deep love of America and civil rights, Natalie has been involved with public affairs in various capacities. As a sponsor of the Secure Vote Utah initiative, Natalie will bring more transparency to our election systems in the Lieutenant Governor's office. Natalie worked for BYU's International Center for Law and Religion Studies. Through this work, she researched and published on issues relating to law and religious freedom and became a strong defender of the First Amendment. Serving her school community as a PTA and school and district community council member, Natalie has advised on educational policies and actively championed providing more opportunities for all children. Natalie and her husband Craig have 5 children. They reside in Utah County. Governor and Lieutenant Governor continued. Write-in candidate: Charlie Tawatua. Sylvia Meira Fisk. No profile submitted. Utah Attorney General. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Derek Brown. Contact email info@derekforutah.com. Website derekforutah.com. City of residence, Cottonwood Heights. Years of residence, 19. Age, 54. Occupation, attorney. Derek Brown is a prominent Utah attorney and former chairman of the Utah Republican Party, with a strong commitment to conservative principles and a fervent desire to safeguard the integrity of the Constitution. He has practiced law with two of the largest law firms in the country and served as a law clerk with the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. While serving as a member of the Utah House of Representatives, Brown served on the House Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice Committee and the House Judiciary Committee. As a member of the House, he was a stalwart advocate for conservative values, including cutting taxes, supporting law enforcement, reducing burdensome government regulations, resisting encroachment by the federal government. When called upon by Senator Mike Lee, Derek voluntarily left the legislature to become Senator Lee's Deputy Chief of Staff and Utah State Director. There he joined Senator Lee in his daily fight to restore constitutionally limited government to our nation and protect Utah's 10th Amendment rights. Utah Attorney General continued. Rudy Joseph Bautista. Contact email rudy@boslaw.com. Website bautistacampbell.com. City of residence, Park City. Years of residence, 7. Age, 55. Occupation, attorney. We have all had enough of politicians and the system as it is now. I am an independent running under the Democratic Party ticket. As such, I agree with both conservative and progressive positions depending on the issue. I have dedicated my entire career protecting the freedoms we all have and will continue to do so. However, as Attorney General, I will not let my personal views dictate the management of the office unless to fight oppression. I will follow the will of the people and not be a puppet of the legislature, governor, or any special interest group. I will only do what the will of the people dictate. We have all had enough of politics as usual. As an independent, I will bring an end to that practice. Any law that diminishes the protections of our constitutional rights will not only not be defended by my office, they will be fought against. I am also the only candidate running for Attorney General who has refused to accept any financial contributions for my campaign. The state's top prosecutor should not accept any financial contributions. This is the only way to ensure what the office deserves: integrity. Utah Attorney General continued. W. Andrew McCullough. Contact email wandrew48@ymail.com. Website andrewmccullough.org. City of residence, Lehi. Years of residence, 30. Age, 76. Occupation, attorney. I have practiced law in Utah for 50 years. I am a former chair of the Utah Libertarian Party and a former member of the board of the ACLU of Utah. I served as chair of the board of the Utah County Substance Abuse Clinic. I was an intern in the U.S. Senate. I am licensed to practice in Utah and New York and in several federal courts. I have appeared before the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals and the highest courts of Utah, New York, and Iowa. My law practice involves civil and criminal litigation and administrative proceedings in many state agencies. I have always worked to increase individual freedom and to oppose the expansion of state power. I have had many cases with the Attorney General's office, and I am well qualified to head that office. With me as AG, individual citizens will be treated fairly, and their diversity and rights will be respected. Utah Attorney General continued. Austin Hepworth. Contact email info@believe.legal. Website, austinhepworth.com/ City of residence, Murray. Age 41. Occupation, attorney/business owner. I am Austin Hepworth, and I am unaffiliated with the parties, as the Attorney General should serve as a check and balance. The AG should simply enforce the law, without politics or direction from the governing party, as conflicts naturally arise. We can help strengthen America's foundation by promoting the rule of law, without favoritism, politics, or conflicts, by electing an independent AG. The AG is tasked with enforcing the law in the courts. The rule of law forms the basis for what makes our country successful, instead of the whims of the current elected official. As laws must pass through a system of checks and balances, the law should be the governing force in America, instead of the monarchy that the founders were under. I am a Utah native with strong Utah values. I love our country and our Constitution, and I believe that our best days are still ahead. We can make a difference, and by voting differently this election, we can break out of the degrading cycle we are currently experiencing in politics. Accountability, transparency, and independence in the AG's office will help spread good that permeates the rest of Utah's government for the better. Utah Attorney General, continued. Michelle Quist. Contact email, michelle@michelleforutah.com. Website, michelleforutah.com. City of residence, Salt Lake City. Years of residence, 15. Age, 48. Occupation, attorney. Michelle Quist is an accomplished litigator and appellate lawyer with a goal of getting party politics out of Utah's Attorney General's office. She believes that politics have no place in law enforcement. With over 2 decades of legal experience, Michelle began her career at a prominent Wall Street law firm in 2000, clerked for a federal appellate court judge, and has held appointments by the governor and the Utah Supreme Court on various court-related committees. She has also served 2 terms as a Utah Bar Commissioner and is now an attorney practicing in Utah courts. Michelle's priorities include attracting and retaining top legal talent, modernizing outdated technology, and ensuring transparency in operations. Her policy goals focus on protecting women and children, supporting law enforcement, and tackling government corruption. She is especially concerned about the legislature's recent proposal to limit Utahns' ability to use the initiative process for government reform. Michelle firmly opposes this power grab and stands with voters' rights. If you are ready for change in an office plagued by years of scandal, consider voting for an independent third-party candidate, Michelle Quist for Attorney General, committed to serving the people of Utah and not national political agendas. michelleforutah.com. State Auditor. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these state auditor candidates. Tina Cannon. Contact email tina@tinacannon.com. Website tinacannon.com. City of residence, Mountain Green. Years of residence, 24. Age, 56. Occupation, Deputy State Auditor. Tina Cannon is the Deputy State Auditor in the Office of the Utah State Auditor and is a successful accountant, entrepreneur, and small business owner. When elected, she will continue the important work of the state auditor to be a watchdog for Utah taxpayers by providing an independent assessment of financial operations, statutory compliance, and performance management of state and local governments. In the private sector for over 28 years, Tina used her management accounting background, CMA, and specialization, EA, in federal, state, local, and employment taxation to represent countless individuals and small business owners across Utah. Tina has used this expertise to bring greater accountability and oversight to Utah's taxation processes. Visit her website at tinacannon.com. Learn about her endorsements, including State Auditor John Dougal, Deputy State Auditor Holly Andrus, prior Utah Taxpayers Association President Howard Stevenson, and more. Tina has served 2 terms as a Morgan County Council member, as an IEP coach and parent advocate for the Utah Parent Center, as a full-time missionary for her church, and in leadership positions on multiple community boards and advocacy groups. This lifelong service to her family and community contributed to her being named Utah Mother of the Year in 2018. State Auditor continued. Jeffrey L. Osler. No profile submitted. State Auditor continued. Catherine Vutaz. Contact email vutazcatherine@gmail.com. Website votevutaz.com/ City of Residence, Harriman. Years of residence, 22. Age, 58. Occupation, accounting. I'm a results-oriented accounting professional with 25-plus years' experience in audit, accounting, compliance, risk management, risk assessment, data analysis, internal controls, team leadership, and financial oversight. I have a proven track record in financial reporting, regulatory compliance, and driving financial transparency. My education includes a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, and I continued my graduate education in the Masters of Accountancy tax program. Promoting transparency, financial accountability, and efficient use of resources are my top priorities. I am committed to clear and effective communication. I also know that good leadership matters. Government should operate with the highest standards of integrity and accountability. With a solid foundation in tax audit, tax management, corporate accounting, compliance, and financial audit, I bring professional financial expertise, aiming to prioritize fiscal responsibility, transparency, and ethical governance. I plan to improve audit quality by conducting reviews to determine how long it takes to conduct audits, how office staff hours are allocated, how the auditor's office ensures the quality of audits, and how well the office communicates with governmental groups, organizations, and the public. I would also implement advanced workflow tools to increase collaboration with other agencies and turn the audit process into a real-time continuous process improvement. State Treasurer. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Miles Pomeroy. Contact email miles@moderatemilescom. Website moderatemilescom. City of Residence, Harriman. Years of residence, 14. Age, 42. Occupation, software engineer. I'm running to introduce voters to the Utah Forward Party, the newest party in the state. Forward is a national effort to amplify voters' voices, foster collaborative solutions, and promote candidates who lead with dignity and respect. Our approach is grassroots, built from the ground up. Utah is one of the first states where Forward Party candidates are running for positions such as school board, county council, and state legislature. We are also endorsing candidates from other parties who share our vision. Our key focus is on common sense election reforms. We aim to implement more representative voting systems like ranked choice voting and approval voting. We advocate for fairer voting districts by supporting the use of maps from the Independent Redistricting Commission. Additionally, we seek to increase political engagement by democratizing the primary process and ensuring our elected officials truly represent the people. To learn more about the party's values, principles, and priorities, visit forwardparty.com or utahforwardparty.org. State Treasurer continued. Marlo M. Oaks. Contact email oaksfortreasurer@gmail.com. Website marlooaks.com. City of residence Bountiful. Years of residence 20. Age 54. Occupation State Treasurer of Utah. Treasurer Marlo Oaks brings over 2 decades of experience in investment management and banking to the office. Before becoming Utah's 26th state treasurer in 2021, he managed multi-billion-dollar portfolios at a large insurance and healthcare company. Marlo's expertise includes asset allocation, risk management, and performance analysis. The Public Treasurer's Investment Fund, PTIF, provides daily liquidity to state agencies and local governments. Beginning in 2022, Treasurer Oaks positioned the PTIF to better navigate potential economic uncertainties by significantly reducing corporate bond exposure. Despite the lower risk profile, in fiscal year 2024, the fund generated a record $1.8 billion in income for its investors. He has also strengthened the management of the state's long-horizon investment portfolios and government escrow accounts. Since taking office, Treasurer Oaks has returned more than $95 million in lost money to Utahns and launched the My Cash Now program, which automates the return of unclaimed property to verified owners. Treasurer Oaks is a nationally recognized champion for economic freedom. His efforts to protect Utahns from political overreach and the politicization of the financial markets have gained national traction. His writing has appeared in the Wall Street Journal, Deseret News, Real Clear Policy, and other publications. State Treasurer continued. Neil A. Hansen. No profile submitted. Utah State Board of Education. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Candidate Laura Johnson. Contact info ljutah11@gmail.com. Office Utah State Board of Education, District 3. Party Utah Forward. Candidate Rod Hall. Contact info, area code 385-390-2926. rod.edu4utah@gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 3. Party, Republican. Candidate Carol Barlow Lear. Contact info, area code 801-550-8820. carol.lear@learlaw.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 6. Party, Democratic. Candidate Diane Livingston. Contact info, dianeforkids@gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 6. Party, Unaffiliated. Candidate John Arthur. Contact info, area code 801-671-0233. Vote John Arthur at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 7. Party, Democratic. Candidate, Molly L. Hart. Contact info, area code 706-464-5225. mhart228 at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 7. Party, Republican. Candidate, Amanda Bollinger. Contact info, area code 801-580-3501. Amanda Bollinger 23 at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 9. Party, Republican. Candidate, Will Shiflett. Contact info, area code 385-351-4660. William.Shiflett at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 9. Party, Democratic. Candidate, Deborah L. Gattrell. Contact information, area code 385-236-4096. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 10. Party, Democratic. Candidate, Matt Hymas. Contact info, area code 801-440-9145. HymasMW at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 10. Republican. Candidate, Jason L. Allen. Contact info, area code 385-384-0540. Jason A. 655 at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 12. Party, unaffiliated. Candidate, Cole J. Kelly. Contact info, area code 801-830-4191. Mr. Cole Kelly at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 12. Party, Republican. Candidate, Randy Booth. Contact info, area code 801-318-4316. Randy.Booth at schools.utah.gov. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 13. Party, Republican. Candidate, Joanne Brinton. Contact info, area code 801-400-4687. Jojo Brinton 811 at gmail.com. Office, Utah State Board of Education, District 15. Party, Republican. Utah Legislature candidates. Utah State Senate. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Utah Senate District 2, Cache and Rich Counties. Chris Wilson, Republican. Area code 435-770-2861. Nancy Huntley, Democratic. Nancy Huntley, UT, at gmail.com. Utah Senate District 3, Morgan, Summit, and Weber Counties. Stacy Bernal, Democratic. Area code 801-675-0534. Stacy for Utah at gmail.com. John D. Johnson, Republican. Area code 385 272-7428. John at johnforutah.com. Utah Senate District 4, Davis and Weber Counties. Calvin Ray Musselman, Republican. Area code 801-941-6188. calmusselman@gmail.com. Utah Senate District 8, Davis and Salt Lake Counties. Todd Weiler, Republican. Area code 801-599-9823. Todd Weiler at comcast.net. Aaron Wiley, Democratic. Area code 801-604-9098. info@utahforwiley.com. Laren C. Livingston, Constitution. Area code 801-295-9467. UtahDANE@gmail.com. Elisa Cox Van Langeveld, unaffiliated. Area code 801-913-8869. ElisaForUtah@gmail.com. Utah Senate District 10, Salt Lake County. Kyle W. Erb, Republican. Area code 801-898-9785. contact@kyleerb.com. Luz Escamilla, Democratic. Area code 801-556-1029. EscamillaForUtah@gmail.com. Utah Senate District 12, Salt Lake County. Julie Weeks Rohner, Republican, 2-year term. Area code 801-232-6645. JAR3762@AOL.com. Karen Kwan, Democratic, 2-year term. Area code 801-870-7746. Vote Karen Kwan at gmail.com. Utah Senate District 15, Salt Lake County. Scott Cuthbertson, Republican. Area code 801-803-0261. scottforutahsenate@gmail.com. Kathleen Ann Reeby, Democratic. Area code 801-599-5753. Ms. K. Reeby@gmail.com. Utah Senate District 16, Salt Lake County. Monica Manuel, unaffiliated. Area code 801-608-7854. manuel.monica@gmail.com. Wayne A. Harper, Republican. Area code 801-566-5466. harperforsenate@gmail.com. Utah Senate District 17, Salt Lake County. Pamela Bloom, unaffiliated. Area code 801-923-3382. Pamela@votepamelabloom.com. Lincoln Fillmore, Republican. Area code 801-548-0144. Lincoln@lincolnfillmore.com. Utah Senate District 22, Salt Lake and Utah Counties. Heidi Baldery, Republican. Area code 801-367-5085. HeidiBaldery@yahoo.com. Utah Senate District 24, Utah and Wasatch Counties. Kevin J. Stratton, Republican. Area code 801-236-6010. Kevin at StrattonLawGroup.com. Lori Anderson Spruance, unaffiliated. Area code 801-236-6010. Kevin at StrattonLawGroup.com. Utah Senate District 25, Utah County. Mike McKell, Republican. Area code 801-836-7597. Mike at UtahLegalTeam.com. Alan Dale Hansen, Democratic. Area code 309-338-5094. Garden SOF Hansen at hotmail.com. Utah Senate District 26. Carbon, Emery, Grand, San Juan, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Orrin Stainbrook, unaffiliated. Area code 801-599-9823. Todd Weiler at Comcast.net. Corbin David Frost, Democratic. 801-628-7001. Frost for Utah at gmail.com. David Hinkins, Republican. Area code 435-749-2828. IEMS at etv.net. Utah Senate District 27. Beaver, Garfield, Juab, Kane, Millard, Paiute, San Pete, Sevier, Utah, and Wayne counties. Darren R. Owens, Republican. Area code 435-851-1284. Darren Owens 40 at gmail.com. Utah Senate District 29, Washington County. Deidre Richard, Democratic. Area code 417-793-8984. Deidre.Richard at gmail.com. Don L. Ibsen, Republican. Area code 435-680-1041. Don at erniesstores.com. Utah Legislature candidates. Utah State House of Representatives. Visit vote.utah.gov for more information on these candidates. Utah House District 1, Box Elder and Cache counties. Claudia Bigler, Democratic. Area code 435-730-4999. C. Bigler 111 at msn.com. Thomas Peterson, Republican. Area code 435-720-3516. T. Peterson, HDL at gmail.com. Utah House District 2, Cache County. Tom Liljegren, Democratic. Area code 801-455-3786. Tom Liljegren at yahoo.com. Michael J. Peterson, Republican. Area code 435-770-6925. Vote for Mike Peterson at gmail.com. Utah House District 3, Cache County. Patrick Belmont, unaffiliated. Area code 435-374-8574. Belmont for Utah at gmail.com. Jason Thompson, Utah House District 4, Daggett, Duchesne, Morgan, Rich, and Summit counties. Kara Yates Birkeland, Republican, area code 406-570-2183. Kara Birkeland at hotmail.com. Chris Campbell, Democratic, area code 435-631-9863. Chris Campbell at chrisforutah.com. Utah House District 5, Cache County. Casey Snyder, Republican, area code 435-770-4081. csnyder@gmail.com. Utah House District 6, Box Elder and Weber counties. Matthew H. Gwynn, Republican, area code 801-430-0533. Matt at gwynforuthouse.org. Amber Hardy, Democratic, area code 385-264-5186. Box Elder Dems at yahoo.com. Utah House District 7, Weber County. Ryan D. Wilcox, Republican, area code 385-600-3306. Ryan at votewilcox.com. Utah House District 8, Morgan and Weber counties. Jason B. Kyle, Republican, area code 385-394-2424. Jason at jasonbkyle.com. Utah House District 9, Weber County. Angela Choberka, Democratic, area code 801-388-0031. angela.choberka@gmail.com. Jacob K. Johnson, Libertarian, area code 385-240-8096. jacob.johnson@libertarianutah.com. Jake Sawyer, Republican, area code 385-333-5108. Utah House District 10, Weber County. Jill Coford, Republican, area code 385-244-0170. Jill at votecoford.com. Rosemary Lesser, Democratic, area code 801-710-2505. rosemarylesser.hd10@gmail.com. Utah House District 11, Davis and Weber counties. Katie Hall, Republican, area code 801-834-3059. Katie for Utah 11@gmail.com. Utah House District 12, Davis and Weber counties. Mike Schultz, Republican, area code 801-564-7618. Mike S. at castlecreekhomes.com. Sharon Hilton, Democratic, area code 801-603-5359. Sharon for Ruby Hilton 7K @gmail.com. Utah House District 13, Davis County. Lori Rogers, Democratic, 801-388-4006. Lori525 @gmail.com. Karen M. Peterson, Republican. Area code 801-725-6026. K. Peterson HD 13 at gmail.com. Utah House District 14, Davis County. Carrie Ann Lisenby, Republican. Area code 801-589-2934. Vote Carrie Ann at gmail.com. Utah House District 15, Davis County. Josh Smith, Utah Forward. Area code 385-240-1202. J.B. Smith 7741 at outlook.com. Ariel DeFay, Republican. Area code 435-760-7726. Vote DeFay at gmail.com. Utah House District 16, Davis County. Trevor Lee, Republican. Area code 801-721-7896. T. Lee 451 at iCloud.com. Ziaid Hassan, Democratic. Area code 973-572-4201. Ziaid.Hassan2 at gmail.com. Utah House District 17, Davis County. Stuart E. Barlow, Republican. Area code 801-721-5551. Stuart E. Barlow at AOL.com. Adam Feller, Libertarian. Area code 385-367-3643. Adam.Feller at libertarianutah.org. Utah House District 18, Davis County. Paul A. Cutler, Republican. Area code 801-390-3444. Paul at votepaulcutler.com. Steve Hartwick, Democratic. Area code 801-309-9188. Vote Hartwick at gmail.com. Utah House District 19, Davis County. Raymond P. Ward, Republican. Area code 801-440-8765. Ray Ward 1024 at yahoo.com. Nick K. Wadsworth, Democratic. Area code 801-660-0180. Wadsnick at gmail.com. Cameron A. Dransfield, Constitution. Area code 435-200-5953. Constitution Cam at tuta.io. Utah House District 20, Davis County. Melissa Garf Ballard, Republican. Area code 801-633-6561. Info at melissagarfballard.com. Lou E. Jepson, Democratic. Area code 801-755-7818. saltygarfield at gmail.com. Utah House District 21, Salt Lake County. David C. Atkin, Republican. Area code 801-953-0932. D.C. Atkin at comcast.net. Sandra Hollins, Democratic. Utah House District 22, Salt Lake County. Steve Harmson, Republican, area code 801-531-1900. 801steve@gmail.com. Jennifer L. Daly Provost, Democratic, area code 801-502-1889. jldprovost@gmail.com. Utah House District 23, Salt Lake and Summit Counties. M. Scott Romney, Republican, area code 801-580-5151. M. Scott Romney 23@gmail.com. Cabot William Nelson, United Utah, area code 801-699-2090. Cabot.nelson@yahoo.com. Hoang Nguyen, Democratic, area code 385-258-3061. Huang@huangforhouse.com. Utah House District 24, Salt Lake County. Grant Amjad Miller, Democratic, area code 385-355-4588. Grant Miller House 24@gmail.com. Utah House District 25, Salt Lake County. Angela Romero, Democratic, area code 801-243-2719. Angela@angelaromero.com. Richard T. Nowak, Republican, area code 801-688-6911. Vote Nowak HD 25 at proton.me. Utah House District 26, Salt Lake County. Janetta Williams, Democratic, area code 801-979-5050. Janetta Williams at att.net. Matt McPherson, Republican, area code 801-520-2974. Utah Vote for Matt at gmail.com. Utah House District 27, Salt Lake County. Don Stevenson, Democratic, area code 801-554-4734. DSUNSTE@comcast.net. Anthony Edward Lobet, Republican, area code 801-613-0884. Anthony@anthonylobet.com. Utah House District 28, Tooele County. Fred L. Baker, Republican, area code 435-830-3426. FGLBaker300@gmail.com. Nicolene P. Peck, Democratic, area code 801-554-4434. Nicolene@peckforutah.com. Utah House District 29, Juab, Millard, and Tooele Counties. Bridger Bolender, Republican, area code 435-830-3143. Bridger@bolenderresources.com. Ron Draper, Democratic, area code 435-406-9415. Ron@millardk12.org. Utah House District 30, Salt Lake County. Fred C. Cox, Republican. Area code 801-966-2636. Fred at fredcoxforutah.com. Jake Fittipaldi, Democratic. Area code 801-259-8700. JJ Fittipaldi at gmail.com. Utah House District 31, Salt Lake County. Verona Mauga, Democratic. Area code 385-259-3838. Verona at voteverona.com. Bill Swan, Republican. Area code 801-703-1899. Utah House District 32, Salt Lake County. Sarah Dawn Montes, Republican. Area code 801-440-4601. SAR4Utah at gmail.com. Sahara Hayes, Democratic. Area code 801-634-5802. Sahara Forest at comcast.net. Utah House District 33, Salt Lake County. Cheryl R. Fraser, Republican. Area code 801-971-8873. S.R. Fraser at msn.com. Doug Owens, Democratic. Area code 801-972-9343. DougOwens.ut at gmail.com. Utah House District 34, Salt Lake County. Dennis Roach, United Utah. Area code 801-330-5970. Dennis Roach, District 14 at gmail.com. Carl J. Jurek, Republican. Area code 801-678-8485. KJ Jurek, 2 at gmail.com. Carol Spackman Moss, Democratic. Area code 801-647-8764. Carol Spack Moss at gmail.com. Utah House District 35, Salt Lake County. Mike Bird, Republican. Area code 801-425-5614. Michael Bird 87 at gmail.com. Rosalba Dominguez, Democratic. Area code 801-382-9674. Vote Rosalba at gmail.com. Utah House District 36, Salt Lake County. Jim Dunnigan, Republican. Area code 801-840-1800. Elect Dunnigan at gmail.com. Utah House District 37, Salt Lake County. Paul Douglas Johnson, Republican. Area code 801-635-8638. Paul Douglas Johnson 1 at yahoo.com. Ashley Ann Matthews, Democratic. Area code 801-631-5574. Ashley4Utah at gmail.com. Utah House District 38, Salt Lake County. Cheryl Acton, Republican. Area code 801-809-3571. Vote Cheryl Acton at gmail.com. Stephen Loud, Jr., Democratic. Area code 435-650-0355. Lil Butterbean 82 at gmail.com. Utah House District 39, Salt Lake County. Jessica Wignall, unaffiliated. Area code 801-560-2901. Jessica Wignall 0607 at gmail.com. Ken Ivory, Republican. Area code 801-694-8380. Vote Ivory at gmail.com. Utah House District 40, Salt Lake County. John Jackson, United Utah. Area code 801-214-5128. Jedwin Jackson at wmconnect.com. Andrew Stoddard, Democratic. Area code 801-884-9943. Tyler Glately, Republican. Area code 435-890-9901. Kronos J8 at gmail.com. Utah House District 41, Salt Lake County. Gay Lynn Benyon, Democratic. Area code 385-200-1794. Gaylyn at gaylynbenyon.com. Roy Piscadlo, Republican. Area code 917-224-5008. roy.piscadlo at gmail.com. Utah House District 42, Salt Lake County. Travis Smith, Democratic. Area code 617-584-3426. Travis K. Smith at gmail.com. Clint Okerlund, Republican. Area code 801-717-3494. clint.d.okerlund at gmail.com. Utah House District 43, Salt Lake County. Jason R. Barber, Democratic. Area code 801-981-8789. JRB_Kinetic at mac.com. Steve Eliason, Republican. Area code 801-673-4748. Stephen A. Eliason at me.com. Utah House District 44, Salt Lake County. Greg Green, Democratic. Area code 801-755-9111. ggreen.hd44 at gmail.com. Jordan Daniel Tusher, Republican. Area code 801-810-6170. Jordan at jordantusher.com. Utah House District 45, Salt Lake County. Sarah Rose Simmers, Democratic. Area code 801-814-7037. Utah Votes for Sarah at gmail.com. Tracy Miller, Republican. Area code 801-243-6253. tracymiller.ut at gmail.com. Utah House District 46, Salt Lake County. Cal Roberts, Republican. Area code 801-438-4051. calvintr at yahoo.com. Utah House District 47, Salt Lake County. Mark Ashby Strong, Republican. Area code 385-275-5682. bestrongforutah@gmail.com. David Lundgreen, United Utah, area code 801-803-4450. Dave Utah 47@gmail.com. Utah House, District 48, Salt Lake County. Stephen J. Middleton, Democratic, area code 801-870-8234. Stephen.MiddletonUT48@gmail.com. Doug K. Fiafia, Republican, area code 801-808-4853. DougFiafia@gmail.com. Utah House, District 49, Salt Lake County. Samuel Sergeant Sam Winkler, Democratic, area code 385-501-5711. Sergeant Sam for Utah@gmail.com. Candace B. Perucci, Republican, area code 385-202-3936. Candace Perucci@gmail.com. Utah House, District 50, Utah County. Stephanie Gricius, Republican, area code 801-901-8251. StephanieForUtah@gmail.com. Utah House District 51, Utah County. Jefferson Moss, Republican, area code 801-916-7386. JeffersonRMoss@gmail.com. Utah House District 52, Utah County. Corey Malloy, Republican, area code 801-477-0019. Corey@CoreyMalloy.com. Michael Keller, Democratic, area code 901-921-2164. Berlin Thunder 2000@gmail.com. Utah House District 53, Utah County. K. Jeffrey Christofferson, Republican, area code 801-592-5709. K@kchristofferson.com. Alex Day, United Utah, area code 801-300-3062. dayforutah@gmail.com. Utah House District 54, Utah County. Brady Brammer, Republican, area code 801-709-1790. Rep. Brady Brammer@gmail.com. Utah House District 55, Utah County. John Hawkins, Republican, area code 801-368-2534. John@electjohnhawkins.com. Utah House District 56, Utah County. Val Peterson, Republican, area code 801-224-4473. val.peterson@yahoo.com. Utah House District 57, Utah County. Nelson Abbott, Republican, area code 801-372-2270. Nelson@nelsonabbott.com. Alan Frank Keel, Democratic, area code 801-623-7829. akeel@gmail.com. Utah House District 58, Utah County. Joshua Sorensen, Democratic, area code 801-680-5425. elect.joshsorensen@gmail.com. David Schallenberger, Republican, area code 801-472-6510. David for Utah@gmail.com. Utah House District 59, Summit and Wasatch Counties. Julie A. Monahan, Democratic, area code 435-731-0226. Julie in Park City@gmail.com. Mike Kohler, Republican, area code 801-420-6158. Mike Kohler 2009@gmail.com. Utah House District 60, Utah County. Tyler James Clancy, Republican, area code 801-854-8237. Clancy for Utah@gmail.com. Utah House District 61, Utah County. Lisa Shepard, Republican, area code 801-787-8211. Lisa M. Shepard@gmail.com. Utah House District 62, Utah County. Kevin Slater, Democratic. Norm Thurston, Republican, area code 801-477-5348. Norm Thurston 62@gmail.com. Utah House District 63, Utah County. Stephen L. White, Republican, area code 801-529-3060. White for Rep@gmail.com. Mark Youngquist, Democratic, area code 801-471-8138. Youngquist.mark@gmail.com. Utah House District 64, Utah County. Jeff Burton, Republican, area code 801-372-5350. Jefferson.burton@gmail.com. Rick Trevor Dugan, Democratic, area code 385-335-6762. rduganutah@gmail.com. Utah House District 65, Utah County. Douglas R. Welton, Republican, area code 385-977-3870. Doug@dougweltonutah.com. Joseph M. Hanson, Democratic, area code 202-656-7646. Joseph M. Hanson@gmail.com. Utah House District 66, Juab and San Pete Counties. Troy Shelley, Republican, area code 435-691-6000. Troy@utahhouse.org. Utah House District 67, Carbon, Duchesne, Emery, and Grand Counties. Joe Chrisman, Democratic, area code 435-773-1003. Joe Chrisman, RN@yahoo.com. Christine Facer Watkins, Republican, area code 435-650-1969. C. Watkins, _68@yahoo.com. Utah House District 68, Duchesne and Uintah Counties. Scott H. Chu, Republican. Area code 435-630-0221. T. Chu at ubtanet.com. Utah House District 69, Emory, Garfield, Grand, Kane, San Juan, and Wayne counties. Logan James Monson, Republican. Area code 435-459-9349. Monson78@gmail.com. Divinus Smith, Democratic. Area code 385-420-1497. DHASEYA@gmail.com. Utah House District 70, Sevier, Paiute, Beaver, and Iron counties. Carl R. Albrecht, Republican. Area code 435-979-6578. cralbrecht52@gmail.com. Zeno B. Perry, United Utah. Area code 435-383-7706. zenoperry@gmail.com. Utah House District 71, Iron County. Steve Merrill, Democratic. Area code 517-285-3451. bbsmerrill@proton.me. Rex P. Ship, Republican. Area code 435-590-1073. rexship56@gmail.com. Utah House District 72, Washington County. Joseph Ellison, Republican. Area code 801-657-1006. Utah House District 73, Washington County. Colin W. Jack, Republican. Area code 435-301-4878. Colin J. at colinwjack.com. Utah House District 74, Washington County. R. Neil Walter, Republican. Area code 435-627-5720. rneilwalter@gmail.com. Utah House District 75, Washington County. Walt Brooks, Republican. Area code 435-817-3530. walt@waltbrooks.com. Joshua Dutson, Democratic. Area code 435-862-4154. rebeljosh89@gmail.com. Statewide ballot questions. What exactly are ballot questions? Utah law allows for people to vote on issues, including constitutional amendments and initiatives. Initiatives that qualify for the ballot become numbered propositions. Constitutional amendments propose changes to the Utah Constitution. Any change to the Constitution requires approval by voters of Utah. How do questions end up on the ballot? Constitutional amendments begin as bills in the Utah State Legislature. If 2/3 of all members elected to both the House and Senate vote in favor of the bill, it is placed on the ballot for Utah voters to decide. If more than half of Utah voters vote in favor of an amendment, the Utah Constitution is amended. The legislature passed a resolution to place a non-binding opinion question on the ballot. Who wrote the information about the questions? The presiding officers of the constitutional amendment prepare a fiscal impact estimate prior to signature gathering. The presiding officers write of an analysis of each measure. What's on my ballot? Constitutional Amendment B, page 64. Shall the Utah Constitution be amended to increase the limit on the annual distributions from the state school fund to public schools from 4% to 5% of the fund? Constitutional Amendment C, page 70. Shall the Utah Constitution be amended to have the office of county sheriff be elected by voters? Constitutional Amendment B. Ballot title. Shall the Utah Constitution be amended to increase the limit of the annual distributions from the state school fund to public schools from 4% to 5% of the fund? Legislative votes. Utah Senate, 66 yes, 0 no, 9 not present. Utah House, 27 yes, 0 no, 2 not present. Ballot title and session. 2023 Legislative General Session. Joint House Resolution HJR 18. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution. State School Fund. Impartial analysis. Current provisions of the Utah Constitution. The Utah Constitution establishes the State School Fund to benefit the state's public schools. The fund accumulates money from sources specified in the Utah Constitution, and the state invests that money. The state may spend only earnings received from the investment of money in the fund, and the state may spend those earnings only for the support of public schools. The Utah Constitution currently limits how much of the earnings the state may distribute annually from the fund to 4% of the fund. What constitutes 4% of the fund is determined using a calculation provided in statute. Other than those allowed expenditures, any money deposited into the fund and any unspent earnings remain in the fund. Effect of Constitutional Amendment B. Constitutional Amendment B would increase the limit on the annual distributions from the state school fund from 4% of the fund to 5% of the fund. Implementing legislation. State statute currently provides that the annual distributions from the fund may not exceed 4% of the average market value of the fund. If the voters approve Constitutional Amendment B, HB 421, School Land Trust Program amendments from the 2023 legislative session would also take effect. HB 421 changes the statute to align with a constitutional change by increasing the 4% in the annual distribution amount formula to 5%. Effective date. If approved by voters, Constitutional Amendment B takes effect on January 1, 2025. HB 421 also takes effect on January 1, 2025, if the voters approve Constitutional Amendment B. Fiscal impact. The legislative fiscal analyst has determined that approval of Constitutional Amendment B will have an uncertain ongoing fiscal impact because of unpredictable market conditions. However, compared to current requirements, it will increase distributions to public schools and reduce growth in the state school fund. Had Constitutional Amendment B been in effect in fiscal year 2024, it would have increased state school fund distributions to public schools by $13.2 million, from $101.8 million to $115.0 million. and decreased the state school fund balance by $13.2 million, resulting in a loss of investment revenue of approximately $650,000 and a remaining state school fund balance of $3.08 billion. Argument in favor. Argument in favor. HJR 18. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution, State School Fund. One of the very first actions the founders of our country took was to set aside lands to support public education. When Utah became a state, it received a grant of 6 million acres of trust lands dedicated to education and created a permanent school fund to hold trust land revenue. Money from this fund is distributed to every school in the state, and community councils of parents, teachers, administrators, and community members make decisions about how to use the money in their local schools. Voting yes on Constitutional Amendment B will allow more of the money generated by these trust lands to be used in our schools for today's most pressing education needs. 5% cap benefits current students and still protects future students. Constitutional Amendment B will increase the cap on money distributed to schools today from the Permanent School Fund from 4% to 5% of the fund's value. In 2013, a state task force recommended a distribution cap for the Permanent School Fund. The intent of the cap was to ensure the state was protecting the funds for future students. A conservative 4% cap was initially chosen because this was a new fund management model. However, a 5% distribution is much more common in other areas of charitable fund management. Furthermore, federal tax law requires private foundations to distribute at least 5% of their fund value to demonstrate they are benefiting the community. In the years since the new distribution model was adopted, the fund has grown rapidly, and it has become clear over the past 10 years that if we increase the money going to schools today from 4% to 5%, the fund will continue to grow long into the future. Voting yes on Amendment B will allow more money from the fund to go to each school to benefit current students and will protect the permanent school fund for generations to come. Representative Jefferson Moss and Senator Ann Milner. Rebuttal to argument in favor. Amendment B, HJR 18, is simply a legal path for our legislature to access income tax dollars for pet projects. By changing our state constitution, they would be given access to a surplus that would be used for other projects. The authors of HJR 18 do not even have a suggestion for where they plan to use those funds. They just want access to tax dollars they currently cannot touch. As HJR 18's authors pointed out, federal law requires, quote, at least 5% of a fund value to prove they are benefiting the community, end quote. Utah just increased spending to the federal minimum of 5%. In other words, our legislature is doing the bare minimum to assist those who need help the most. The problem is this false surplus our representatives pretend we have. Legislators have placed an artificial cap on the amount of money the state can spend on education and people with disabilities, which are currently the only two categories where these income tax dollars can be spent. They could spend more, but they won't. They want access to the money for other things. Currently, over 6,000 Utahns are receiving state assistance, but over 4,000 disabled Utahns are on a waiting list for services. These citizens who need state help so desperately are unable to access services due to purposeful underfunding of Utah's Division of Services for People with Disabilities, DSPD. As an example, my disabled adult daughter has been on a waiting list since she turned 21. Douglas Rice, former president, Epilepsy Association of Utah. Argument against. Many Utahns have disabilities that result in the individual being unable to care for themselves. These disabilities range from brain injuries to muscular and neurologic conditions. The Utah State Constitution provides for income tax collections to be used only for two purposes: education and services for disabled people. This assistance allows disabled citizens to lead more self-sufficient lives, or to provide services when a person cannot care for themselves. In the past, Utah has not spent the entire amount of collected income tax on education or assistance for disabled persons, resulting in a false surplus. There has always been a need for those tax dollars, but our legislature has chronically underfunded the state agencies providing assistance to disabled citizens. Disabled Utahns are provided assistance through the Division of Services for People with Disabilities, DSPD. In fiscal year 2023, over 6,800 Utahns received home and community-based services from DSPD, ranging from physical therapy or skilled nursing services to personal care. Currently, DSPD also has a waiting list of over 4,700 citizens waiting for assistance. This waiting list is not a recent development. Citizens have been waiting for DPSD services for decades. Yet even with the existence of this waiting list of thousands of Utahns, HJR 18 would remove restrictions on income tax and would allow those funds to be spent elsewhere by our legislators, even though they have not expressed any need for those monies elsewhere. It's all based on a fear with no basis in fact. In fiscal year 2023, this income tax fund had a deficit of $119,187,000. This deficit appeared after Governor Cox signed SB 69 into law. SB 69 resulted in a reduction of income tax collected by $167 million. In other words, the deficit in this budget is a direct result of our legislature passing a tax cut. The authors of HJR 18 provide no reason whatsoever for diversion of income tax dollars into other funds. It is entirely based on a speculative future need, while our legislature has shown the inability to provide assistance for those in our state with existing tax dollars that have already been collected. HJR 18 allows funds to be diverted once education and DSPD needs are supposedly met. But there is no language in HJR 18 that would require full funding of education and DSPD, but rather allows for an arbitrary spending ceiling to be decided by our legislature. HJR 18 is not in the best interest of Utah citizens, and is most certainly not in the interest of those who need our help the most, the disabled citizens of Utah. Douglas Rice, former president, Epilepsy Association of Utah. Rebuttal to argument against. The argument against this amendment claims this will somehow limit assistance provided through the Division of Services for People with Disabilities, DSPD. But the revenue addressed in Amendment B is unrelated to people with disabilities. The income tax fund discussed in the argument is unrelated to the Permanent State School Fund, which is derived from the proceeds of public lands granted to Utah and is constitutionally required to be used to support public elementary and secondary schools. Amendment B increases the distribution of funds from the Permanent State School Fund to schools in Utah. This money is ineligible to be spent on assistance through the DSPD. Amendment B is completely unrelated to the division of services for people with disabilities and will benefit students in Utah now and in the future. Representative Jefferson Moss and Senator Ann Milner. Full text of Constitutional Amendment B. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution, State School Fund, 2023 General Session. Utah Constitution sections affected, amends Article 10, Section 5. Be it resolved by the legislature of the state of Utah, 2/3 of all members elected to each of the two houses voting in favor thereof. Section 1. It is proposed to amend the Utah Constitution, Article 10, Section 5, to read, Article 10, Section 5. State School Fund and Uniform School Fund. Establishment and use. Debt guarantee. 1. There is established a permanent state school fund which consists of A. Proceeds from the sales of all lands granted by the United States to this state for the support of the public elementary and secondary schools. B. 5% of the net proceeds from the sales of United States public lands lying within this state. C. All revenues derived from non-renewable resources on state lands, other than sovereign lands and lands granted for other specific purposes. D. All revenues derived from the use of school trust lands. E. Revenues appropriated by the legislature, and F. Other revenues and assets received by the Permanent State School Fund under any other provision of law or by bequest or donation. 2A. The Permanent State School Fund shall be prudently invested by the state and shall be held by the state in perpetuity. B. Only earnings received from investment of the Permanent State School Fund may be distributed from the fund, and any distribution from the fund shall be for the support of the public education system as defined in Article 10, Section 2 of this Constitution. C. Annual distributions from the Permanent State School Fund under subsection 2B may not exceed inserted language, 5%, end inserted language, of the fund, calculated as provided by statute. D. The legislature may make appropriations from school trust land revenues to provide funding necessary for the proper administration and management of those lands, consistent with the state's fiduciary responsibilities towards the beneficiaries of the school land trust. Unexpended balances remaining from the appropriation at the end of each fiscal year shall be deposited in the Permanent State School Fund. E. The Permanent State School Fund shall be guaranteed by the state against loss or diversion. 3. There is established a uniform school fund which consists of A. Money from the Permanent State School Fund. B. Revenues appropriated by the legislature, and C. Other revenues received by the Uniform School Fund under any other provision of law or by donation. 4. The Uniform School Fund shall be maintained and used for the support of the state's public education system as defined in Article 10, Section 2 of this Constitution, and apportioned as the legislature shall provide. 5A. Notwithstanding Article 6, Section 29, the state may guarantee the debt of school districts created in accordance with Article 14, Section 3, and may guarantee debt incurred to refund the school district debt. Any debt guarantee, the school district debt guaranteed thereby, or any borrowing of the state undertaken to facilitate the payment of the state's obligation under any debt guarantee, shall not be included as a debt of the state for purposes of the 1.5% limitation of Article 14, Section 1. B. The legislature may provide that reimbursement to the state shall be obtained from monies which otherwise would be used for the support of the educational programs of the school district which incurred the debt, with respect to which a payment under the state's guarantee was made. Section 2. Submittal to voters. Inserted language. The Lieutenant Governor is directed to submit this proposed amendment to the voters of the state at the next regular general election in the manner provided by law. End inserted language. Section 3. Contingent effective date. Inserted language. If the amendment proposed by this joint resolution is approved by a majority of those voting on it at the next regular general election, the amendment shall take effect on January 1, 2025. End inserted language. Constitutional Amendment C. Ballot title. Shall the Utah Constitution be amended to have the office of county sheriff be elected by voters? Legislative votes. Utah House, 72 yes, 0 no, 3 not present. Utah Senate, 26 yes, 0 no, 3 not present. Ballot title and session. 2023 Legislative General Session. House Joint Resolution, HJR 10. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution. Election of county sheriffs. Impartial analysis. Current provisions of the Utah Constitution. The current Utah Constitution does not specifically address the office of county sheriff. Instead, the office is established by statute. The authority of a county sheriff, the method of selecting a county sheriff, and the term of office are governed by state statute and local ordinance. Effect of Constitutional Amendment C. Constitutional Amendment C would add the office of county sheriff to the state constitution and establish a 4-year term of office for a county sheriff, providing a uniform framework for the sheriff's election and terms of office. If the amendment passes, voters must approve any future changes to the election of or terms of office for a county sheriff. Effective date. If approved by voters, Constitutional Amendment C takes effect on January 1, 2025. Fiscal effects. The legislative fiscal analyst has determined that approval of Constitutional Amendment C will likely not have a fiscal impact. Argument in favor. Argument in favor. HJR 10. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution. Election of county sheriffs. By voting yes on Amendment C, Utah voters have the opportunity to protect the honored tradition of electing their county sheriff. While county sheriffs in Utah have traditionally been elected by voters in their respective counties, without constitutional protections, this fundamental aspect of local governance is vulnerable to potential changes. By voting to require the election of county sheriffs in our state constitution, we can ensure the continuation of our current selection process, a process that upholds the principles of accountability, transparency, and local representation that are central to our Utah ideals. Amendment C promotes accountability. The office of the county sheriff holds a unique position within our communities. It is more than just a law enforcement role. It is a reflection of the collective will of the people. Elected sheriffs are directly accountable to the citizens they serve, providing a vital link between law enforcement agencies and the communities they protect. Have a mandate to uphold the values and priorities of their constituents. ensure law enforcement practices are responsive to local communities' evolving needs and preferences, are held accountable at the ballot box for their actions, policies, and decisions, safeguarding against abuses of power, neglect of duty, or violations of civil liberties. Build trust, cooperation, and collaboration in the pursuit of public safety and justice. Amendment C is supported by county sheriffs. Amendment C received unanimous support from every county sheriff in the state. Amendment C empowers communities. Protecting the election of county sheriffs in our state constitution is not merely a symbolic gesture. It is a commitment to preserving the principles of citizen participation and accountability to the people. By casting a vote in support of this amendment, Utahns can empower communities, strengthen the rule of law, and shape the direction of their local law enforcement agencies. Speaker Mike Schultz and President J. Stewart Adams. Rebuttal to argument in favor. No rebuttal was submitted to the argument in favor of Constitutional Amendment C. Argument against. No argument was submitted against Constitutional Amendment C. Rebuttal to the argument against. No rebuttal was submitted to the argument against Constitutional Amendment C. Full text of Constitutional Amendment C. Proposal to amend Utah Constitution. Election of County Sheriffs. 2023 General Session. Utah Constitution sections affected. Enacts Article 11, Section 10. Be it resolved by the legislature of the state of Utah, 2/3 of all members elected to each of the two houses voting in favor thereof. Section 1. It is proposed to enact Utah Constitution Article 11, Section 10, to read, Article 11, Section 10, Election of County Sheriffs. Inserted language. 1. Each county shall have an office of county sheriff. 2. The office of county sheriff is an elected office. 3. Their term of office shall be 4 years from the first day of January next, after their election. End inserted text. Section 2. Submittal to voters. Inserted text. The Lieutenant Governor is directed to submit this proposed amendment to the voters of the state at the next regular general election in the manner provided by law. End inserted text. Section 3. Contingent effective date. Inserted text. If the amendment proposed by this joint resolution is approved by a majority of those voting on it at the next regular general election, the amendment shall take effect on January 1, 2025. End inserted text. Judicial Retention Information. Utah Judicial Performance Evaluation Commission, JPEC. Judges. How does Utah choose judges? The Utah Constitution states, quote, Selection of judges shall be based solely upon consideration of fitness for office without regard to any partisan political consideration, end quote. To fulfill this mandate, Utah selects its state court judges through a process called merit selection. Merit selection involves 4 steps. 1. Nomination. 2. Appointment. 3. Confirmation. And 4. Retention election. A committee of lawyers and non-lawyers selected by the governor reviews judicial applications, conducts interviews, and then nominates the 5 best qualified applicants for each trial court judgeship and the 7 best qualified applicants for each appellate court judgeship. The governor then interviews all nominees and appoints 1, who must then be confirmed by a majority of the Utah State Senate. After confirmation and the first 3 years of service, the new judge's name appears on the ballot for a yes or no retention vote by the public to determine whether the judge may serve another term of office. Supreme Court justices serve 10-year terms. All other judges serve 6-year terms. Why does Utah use merit selection? This method of selecting judges is widely considered the best way to balance the need for judges to be accountable to the public with the equally important need for the judiciary to function independently. Judges serve the public and should answer to the public. That's why Utah has retention elections, to give every citizen the right to weigh in on judges. Of equal importance, though, every judge must resolve disputes impartially and make decisions based only on the facts and the law. To do so, judges must be insulated from public pressure and politics. That's why all judicial candidates are nonpartisan, and why Utah does not have contested elections for judgeships. What about Justice Court judges? Justice Court judges are selected through a merit selection process roughly similar to state court judges, except that the appointing authority is the municipality or county rather than the governor. Justice Court judges serve 6-year terms of office and stand for retention elections like state court judges. Justice courts vary widely in terms of caseloads and the numbers of attorneys appearing in the court. Based on this variation, there are 3 levels of evaluations to which a Justice Court judge may be subject. 1. Full evaluation. These Justice Court judges preside over the courts with the highest caseloads and are thus subject to the same standards and evaluation measures as state court judges. Numbers 1 through 8 below. 2 Justice Court judges on the ballot received a full evaluation in 2024. 2. Mid-level evaluation. These Justice Court judges preside over medium-sized courts where fewer attorneys appear regularly. The mid-level evaluation includes interviews with court users, including litigants and those who accompany them to court, attorneys, court staff, interpreters, bailiffs, and others. These judges must also meet judicial discipline standard, number 5 below, and performance standards established by the Judicial Council, numbers 6 through 8 below. 10 Justice Court judges on the ballot received a mid-level evaluation in 2024. 3. Basic evaluation. These Justice Court judges preside over the smallest courts in Utah. They must meet judicial discipline standard, number 5 below, and performance standards established by the Judicial Council, numbers 6 through 8 below. 2 Justice Court judges on the ballot received a basic evaluation in 2024. Some Justice Court judges have multiple courts and retention election years. For these judges, JPEC selects one retention election year as the, quote, controlling cycle, end quote, and conducts its evaluations as if all the judges' courts had the same election year. As a consequence, JPEC reuses a judge's prior evaluation for this year's election for a small number of judges, 1 in 2024. Sidebar. What exactly are judicial retention elections? Point. If a judge seeks an additional term of office, the Utah Constitution requires that the judge run in a retention election. In that election, a simple majority of yes votes earns the judge another term of office. Point. The retention election helps keep judges independent by insulating them from partisan politics. At the same time, by allowing every voter to weigh in, the election process ensures that judges remain accountable to the public. To cast an informed vote, the public can first read online about the judges, either in the voter information pamphlet or at judges.utah.gov or vote.utah.gov. Next, sidebar. How does Utah evaluate its judges? Point. The Judicial Performance Evaluation Commission is an independent 13-member group of lawyers and non-lawyers. Each of the 3 branches of government appoints an equal number of its members. Point. The Commission must by law evaluate all judges twice during their terms of office. The first evaluation gives the judges the opportunity for self-improvement. The second evaluation gives the public information to use in casting their votes. As part of the second evaluation, the Commission votes on whether a judge meets or exceeds standards. Sometimes the votes will not total 13. This happens when a commissioner does not vote because of personal or professional relationships with a judge that could affect an unbiased evaluation, or when a commissioner is absent from the meeting at which the vote is taken. Point. The evaluation includes several elements. Online surveys are sent to attorneys, court staff, and jurors. In addition, trained courtroom observers spend a minimum of 2 hours in each judge's courtroom and submit written reports of their observations on each judge. Each judge must also meet ethical standards as well as court standards for judicial education, timeliness, and fitness to serve. Finally, the Commission considers comments submitted to judges.utah.gov from members of the public who have first-hand experience with the judge. The Commission considers all this information, and then each commissioner casts a vote on whether a judge meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Point. By law, judges have the right to see the results of their evaluation before making the decision to run for another term of office in a judicial retention election. If the judge chooses to run for retention election, the report on the judge is made available to the public in the voter information pamphlet and online at judges.utah.gov. If the judge chooses not to run for retention election, the evaluation is, by law, a protected record. Next, sidebar. What criteria must a judge meet to meet or exceed minimum performance standards? If a judge meets the 8 performance standards in the table below, it is presumed that the Commission will vote that the judge meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. If the judge fails to meet one or more of the standards, it is presumed that the Commission will vote that the judge does not meet minimum performance standards. If the Commission does not go along with a presumption or chooses to make no vote at all, it must explain in detail the reasons for its action. Table. Performance criteria. Number 1. Legal ability. Demonstrates understanding of the substantive law and any relevant rules of procedure and evidence. Attends to factual and legal issues before the court. Adheres to precedent and clearly explains departures from precedent. Grasps the practical impact on the parties of the judge's rulings, including the effect of delay and increased litigation expense. Writes and explains clearly the legal basis for judicial opinions. Performance standard. The judge must earn an average score of 3.6 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5. Performance criteria number 2. Judicial temperament and integrity. Demonstrates courtesy and decorum toward court participants. Demonstrates judicial demeanor and personal attributes that promote public trust and confidence in the judicial system. Demonstrates preparedness for oral argument. Avoids impropriety or the appearance of impropriety. Displays fairness and impartiality toward all parties. Communicates clearly, including the ability to explain the basis for written rulings, court procedures, and decisions. Performance standard. The judge must earn an average score of 3.6 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5. Performance criteria 3. Administrative performance. Manages workload effectively and without unnecessary delay. Shares proportionally the workload within the court or district. Performance standard. The judge must earn an average score of 3.6 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5. Performance criteria number 4. Procedural fairness, which focuses on the treatment judges accord to people in their courts. Neutrality. Listens and displays fairness and impartiality to all court participants. Acts as a fair, consistent, and principled decision-maker. Explains how rules are applied and how decisions are reached. Voice. Gives parties the opportunity, where appropriate, to give voice to their perspectives or situations, and demonstrates that they have been heard. Behaves in a manner that demonstrates full consideration of the case, and attends, where appropriate, to the participants' comprehension of the proceedings. Respect. Treats all people with dignity. Helps interested parties understand decisions and what the parties must do as a result. Demonstrates adequate preparation to hear scheduled cases. Acts in the interests of the parties, not out of demonstrated personal prejudices. Demonstrates awareness of the effect of delay on court participants. Demonstrates interest in the needs, problems, and concerns of court participants. Performance standard. The JPEC Commissioner must decide if the evidence demonstrates, by the totality of the circumstances, that the judge's conduct in court promotes procedural fairness at a level commensurate with the standards set forth for the scored minimum performance standards on the survey, a 3.6 on a scale of 1 to 5. The fifth performance criteria. Judicial discipline. Whether the judge has been subject to any instances of public discipline by the Utah Supreme Court. Performance standard. The judge must have no more than one public reprimand issued by the Utah Supreme Court during the judge's current term. Performance criteria 6. Judicial education. Whether the judge has met continuing education requirements. Performance standard. The Judicial Council must certify the judge has met this standard. The seventh performance criteria. Timeliness. Whether the judge has met time requirements for ruling on cases taken under advisement. Performance standard. The Judicial Council must certify the judge has met this standard. The eighth and final performance criteria. Physical and mental competence. Whether the judge is fit for office. Performance standard. The Judicial Council must certify the judge has met this standard. Judicial evaluations. Note: visit judges.utah.gov for more information about these judges. Justice Court, Mid-Level Evaluation. Honorable Ann Boyle, serving Saratoga Springs Municipal Justice Court, Utah County. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Boyle received positive reviews from the observer and nearly all respondents. She presented as a conscientious judge who ensured court's participants' understanding in court. The judge also treated participants with respect, showed them patience, and cared about their needs. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Ann Boyle serves the Saratoga Springs Justice Court. Judge Boyle earned a B.A. in history from Brigham Young University in 1991 and a law degree from the J. Reuben Clark Law School in 2007. Following law school, she began her legal career as a trial attorney with LeBaron Law in American Fork, and later with Esplin and Waite in Provo. In 2012, she was employed as an associate city prosecutor with Salt Lake City, and then as a deputy district attorney with Salt Lake County until her appointment to the bench. Note: see Judges section Introduction for Justice Court information. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Annette Jan, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Jan's scores are statistically consistent with her juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 97% of survey respondents recommend Judge Jan for retention. Respondents describe the judge as thoughtful, kind, and caring, and 3 specifically value her work in Family Recovery Court, with 1 admiring her solution-based approach. Respondents and courtroom observers appreciate the judge's professionalism, the encouragement and praise the judge gives to the youth, and her willingness to let participants be heard. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Jan's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Annette Jan was appointed to the 3rd District Juvenile Court, March 2020, by Governor Gary Herbert. She serves Salt Lake, Tooele, and Summit counties. Prior to her appointment to the bench, Judge Jan worked for the Utah Attorney General's office for 18 years. Prior to the Attorney General's office, she served with the Guardian ad litem's office for 4 years in 2nd and 3rd District Juvenile Court. She also spent time with the Legal Aid Society of Salt Lake and Utah Legal Services. Judge Jan's career has been dedicated to public service. She graduated in 1994 from the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law, and prior to law school, she obtained a Bachelor of Arts in History from the University of Utah in the early 1990s. Rating: legal ability, 4.6 versus 4.5 average. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to 4.7 average. Administrative skills, 4.8 compared to 4.7 average. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court Mid-Level Evaluation. Note: see Judges section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Barbara Finlayson, serving Nephi Municipal Justice Court and Juab County Justice Court, Juab County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Finlayson received positive reviews from the observer and most respondents. Judge Finlayson presented as a businesslike judge who modeled patience, politeness, and stellar communication. She was careful and thorough and promoted accountability to the law. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Barbara A. Finlayson currently serves as the Juab County and Nephi City Justice Courts. She graduated summa cum laude with a 4.0 GPA from Utah Valley University in 2014. She earned a degree in the field of communications and was awarded the Outstanding Graduate Award representing UVU's Communication Department. She graduated from Brigham Young University's J. Reuben Clark Law School in 2018. She was awarded the BYU Alumni and Clark Law School Replenishment Full Scholarship during her third law year. Barbara worked as a law clerk at the Utah County Attorney's Office for 2 years. When admitted to the Utah State Bar in September 2018, she was hired as a deputy county attorney and practiced law as a prosecutor for 3 years. She served as the head prosecuting attorney in Provo's 4th District Court Mental Health Court program. While there, she worked to change screening protocols to allow easier program access for individuals struggling with mental illness. 1st Judicial District Court. Honorable Brandon J. Maynard, serving Box Elder, Cache, and Rich counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Maynard's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness, and below the average of his peers on legal ability. 86% of respondents recommend Judge Maynard for retention. Respondents and courtroom observers value the judge's courteous judicial temperament and compassionate approach, and they appreciate his efforts to allow participants to express themselves in court. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Maynard as less knowledgeable than his peers. Survey ratings further suggest that he could better apply the law to the facts of cases and better manage the court calendar. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Maynard's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Brandon J. Maynard was appointed to the 1st District Court in June 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. He serves Box Elder, Cache, and Rich counties. Prior to his judicial appointment, Judge Maynard served as the Chief Criminal Deputy County Attorney in Box Elder County. Prior to this, Judge Maynard was an associate attorney at Gridley, Ward, and Shaw, where he handled civil and criminal defense cases. Judge Maynard received a law degree from Creighton University School of Law. Legal ability, 4.1 compared to the average of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Brent H. Bartholomew, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2013, Judge Bartholomew's scores are statistically consistent with his juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 89% of respondents recommend Judge Bartholomew for retention. Respondents find the judge to be considerate, caring, and dedicated, who takes his responsibilities very seriously. They, along with courtroom observers, praise his positivity, kindness, and ability to ensure participants feel heard in court. Judicial ratings on the judicial attribute capable score Judge Bartholomew lower than his peers. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Bartholomew's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Brent H. Bartholomew was appointed by Governor Gary R. Herbert to the 4th District Juvenile Court in 2013. Prior to taking the bench, he worked for the Utah Office of Guardian ad litem, Utah Legal Services, and as an adjunct assistant professor for the J. Reuben Clark Law School, BYU. He is certified as a child welfare law specialist by the National Association of Counsel for Children. Judge Bartholomew serves as chair for the Board of Juvenile Court Judges, also on the Committee on Court Forms for the CIP Training Steering Committee. In 2013, he was named Mentor of the Year by the Utah State Bar, and in 2006 received the Child Advocate Award by the Utah County Child Abuse Council. Judge Bartholomew earned his Juris Doctor degree from the J. Reuben Clark Law School and holds an MBA degree and BS degree, summa cum laude, in psychology. Legal ability, 4.4, compared to an average of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.5 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, mid-level evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Brian E. Brower, serving Clearfield Municipal Justice Court, Weber County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Brower received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. He presented as highly professional, notably in his ability to communicate well with all parties in court, and in a courteous demeanor. The judge also demonstrated thoroughness and neutrality and held others accountable. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Brian E. Brower was appointed to the Clearfield City Justice Court in August 2015 and to the Sunset City and Morgan County Justice Courts in December 2016. Judge Brower earned a bachelor's degree in English literature with a minor in criminal justice from Weber State University. He then graduated from the S.J. Quinney College of Law at the University of Utah. Upon graduation and passing the bar, Judge Brower was hired as a deputy county attorney for the Weber County Attorney's Office. He later served as both the Murray City prosecutor as well as the Layton City prosecutor before being appointed as Clearfield City Attorney in 2007. He served as city attorney for 8 years prior to appointment as the city's Justice Court judge. Justice Court Mid-Level Evaluation. Note: see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Brooke Jason Sessions, serving Wasatch County Justice Court, Wasatch County. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards: passed 5 of 5. Judge Sessions received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. The judge presented as a reliable, courteous judge who listened to litigants and was sensitive to their needs. He skillfully explained information and was diligent in ensuring litigants understood what was expected of them. While Judge Sessions meets discipline standards set by statute, the Utah Supreme Court publicly reprimanded him in 2022, the details of which can be seen in the following link: https://jcc.utah.gov/public-dispositions-. This judge has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Brooke Sessions serves Wasatch County and Linden City Justice Courts. Judge Sessions graduated from Utah State University, where he majored in business with a specialization in finance and a minor in economics. After graduating from Utah State, he attended law school at the University of Oregon, graduating in 1991 with a J.D. degree. Judge Sessions worked as a clerk for an Oregon Circuit Court judge before returning to Utah, where he worked in private practice since 1992. He represented parties in a wide variety of cases and facilitated case resolution as a mediator. Judge Sessions is admitted in all Utah state and federal courts, as well as in the Oregon courts. He is or has been a member of the Utah State Bar, the Association of Trial Lawyers of America, the American Bar Association, and the Utah Trial Lawyers Association. When not adjudicating cases in Wasatch County and Linden City, Judge Sessions continues to mediate family law cases all over the state. First Judicial District Court. Honorable Brian Galloway, serving Box Elder, Cache, and Rich counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards: passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Galloway's scores are statistically above the average of his juvenile court peers on administrative skills, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness, and consistent with his peers on legal ability. All 103 respondents, 100%, recommend that Judge Galloway be retained. Survey respondents find the judge to be thoughtful and deliberative. They, along with courtroom observers, describe him as caring and supportive, and both appreciate his willingness to listen and let court participants express themselves. One respondent finds that the judge acts in all ways as a judge should. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Galloway as particularly open-minded, attentive, and capable, as well as notably respectful. All 4 observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Galloway's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Brian Galloway was appointed to the 1st District Juvenile Court in 2020 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Cache, Box Elder, and Rich counties. Judge Galloway received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Utah State University and then graduated from the University of Nebraska College of Law in 1998. Following law school, Judge Galloway returned to Utah and began a law practice that primarily focused on criminal and parental defense. Eventually, Judge Galloway evolved into a practice of indigent defense, appearing as a public defender in the juvenile justice and district courts of Cache County. As public defender, Judge Galloway worked extensively with the drug and mental health courts of the 1st District. He served over 13 years on the 1st District Mental Health Court Committee. Legal ability: 4.7 compared to an average of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament: 4.9 compared to 4.7 average. Administrative skills: 4.9 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court Mid-Level Evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Catherine J. Hoskins, serving Clinton Municipal Justice Court and Syracuse Municipal Justice Court, Davis County. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count: 13-0. Performance standards: passed 5 of 5. Judge Hoskins received positive reviews from the observer and nearly all respondents. She presented as a consummate professional who interacted with court participants in a kind and considerate manner. The judge strived to communicate clearly and made efforts to ensure participants understood court terms and processes. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Catherine J. Hoskins was appointed to the Syracuse Justice Court in September 2014 and the Clinton City Justice Court in June 2015. Judge Hoskins received an associate's degree from Brigham Young University, Idaho, in 1996, a Bachelor of Arts in History from the University of Utah in 1999, and a Juris Doctor from the University of Oregon School of Law. Judge Hoskins also works for Hoskins Legal Solutions in Layton. She is the Associate Presiding Judge of the 2nd District Justice Court Judges. She is a former Davis County Bar President, a current member of the Davis County Bar, the International and National Association of Women Judges, Women Lawyers of Utah, the Divorce and Family Law Procedure Committee, and the Rex E. Lee Inns of the Court. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Chris Bown, serving Taylorsville Municipal Justice Court. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Bound's scores are statistically consistent with his Justice Court peers on administrative skills and above the average of his peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness. 95% of respondents recommend him for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Bound as particularly attentive, ethical, impartial, open-minded, capable, and knowledgeable, as well as notably respectful, patient, and prepared. Respondents describe the judge as fair and effective, and as one who promotes public trust and confidence. Respondents and courtroom observers applaud his kind and courteous demeanor, and observers value the judge's sensitivity to the situations and circumstances of court participants. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Bound's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Christopher G. Bound was appointed to the Taylorsville Justice Court in May 2021. Judge Bound received a degree in political science from Brigham Young University in 1996. Before attending law school, he was a court clerk for the 3rd District Court. He graduated from the University of Utah Law School in 2001. After receiving his Juris Doctor, Judge Bound, upon graduating, was employed as a deputy district attorney at the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office until 2013. While there, he handled many types of cases, including a number of high-profile cases, and considered his time as the assigned prosecutor in the 3rd District Court one of the highlights of his career. In 2013, Judge Bound became a criminal defense attorney and eventually joined the firm of Stowell, Crake, and Bound, PLLC, as a partner until his appointment to the bench. Legal ability, 4.6 as compared to 4.2 average. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7. compared to an average of 4.3. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to 4.4 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 2nd Judicial District Court. Honorable Craig Hall. Serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Hall's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 89% of respondents recommend Judge Hall for retention. Respondents say this judge is fair-minded, and they, along with courtroom observers, value his courteous judicial demeanor. Both groups further appreciate the judge's conscientious, unhurried approach to administering the law. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Hall as particularly indecisive, less knowledgeable, and more unprepared than his peers. As is typical for newer judges, many respondents say the judge can improve his legal skills. 3 observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in the judge's court, while 1 observer did not report confidence. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Craig Hall was appointed to the 2nd District Court in 2021. He serves Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Judge Hall received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from Utah State University, with a minor in Spanish. He earned his Juris Doctorate degree from Baylor Law School in 1999. Judge Hall worked as a law clerk for the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Texas. Throughout his 20-year legal career, he focused on civil litigation matters while being employed with various law firms and at a city attorney's office. Immediately before taking the bench, he worked as senior legal counsel for Intermountain Healthcare. Judge Hall was also a member of the Utah Judicial Conduct Commission between 2017 and 2021, serving as the chair of the commission from 2020 and 2021. Legal ability, 4.3, compared to an average of his peers, 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6, compared to 4.7 average. Administrative skills, 4.6, compared to an average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Christine S. Johnson, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2008, Judge Johnson's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, procedural fairness, integrity and judicial temperament, and administrative skills. 90% of survey respondents recommend Judge Johnson for retention. Respondents describe the judge as excellent, fair, and diligent, finding that she cares about the process and wants to ensure everyone gets a fair shake. Courtroom observers note the judge's concern with court participants' welfare, and both respondents and observers admire her welcoming, kindly demeanor. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Johnson's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Johnson was appointed to the 4th District Court in October 2008 by Governor John M. Huntsman, Jr. She serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Judge Johnson received her Juris Doctor in 1996 from the J. Reuben Clark School of Law at Brigham Young University. She worked as a judicial clerk in the 4th Judicial District before beginning her practice as a criminal defense attorney at the Utah County Public Defenders Association in 1997. Judge Johnson was ultimately designated as that office's deputy director and served in that capacity from 1999 through 2003. She was employed as the assistant city attorney and city prosecutor at Spanish Fork City from 2003 until her appointment to the bench. From 2009 through 2015, Judge Johnson served on the Standing Committee on Judicial Branch Education, which oversees the continuing education of judges and court staff in Utah. Judge Johnson presently serves as a member of the Board of District Court Judges and as chair of the Criminal Justice Roundtable. Legal ability, 4.4. compared to an average of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to an average of 4.7 by her peers. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Second Judicial District Court. Honorable Christina Ortega. Serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Ortega's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness, and below the average of her peers on administrative skills. 84% of respondents recommend Judge Ortega for retention. Respondents describe the judge as fair-minded, and they value her courteous judicial temperament. However, as is typical of newer judges, several respondents comment that she can improve her legal skills, particularly in civil law. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Ortega as less knowledgeable than her peers. Courtroom observers appreciate her caring approach and concern for court participants. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Ortega's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Ortega graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in law enforcement, and a dual minor in Latin American studies and legal studies from Weber State University. She earned a Juris Doctorate degree in 2002 from the S.J. Quinney College of Law at the University of Utah. Judge Ortega served as a Deputy District Attorney at the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office from 2002 to 2010 in the Criminal Division. She then served as a Deputy County Attorney at the Davis County Attorney's Office from 2010 to 2018, where she specialized in the prosecution of special victim cases. Prior to being appointed to the bench, she served as an Assistant United States Attorney at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Utah from 2018 to 2021, where she specialized in the prosecution of child exploitation crimes. Judge Ortega has also been active in her community with a focus on higher education. She was appointed by Governor Gary R. Herbert to serve as a regent for the Utah system of higher education. Legal ability, 4.2 compared to an average of 4.4 of her peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.5 compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.4 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, basic evaluation. Note, see Judges section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Cindy Probert. Serving Aurora Municipal Justice Court, Fillmore City Municipal Justice Court, and Millard County Justice Court. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 4 of 4. Together, the three observers were enthusiastically positive about Judge Probert. All observers reported that if appearing before Judge Probert, they would be treated fairly. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Cindy Probert was first appointed to the bench in May 2015. She currently serves as Justice Court Judge for Millard County, Aurora, Delta, and Fillmore. Judge Probert graduated from the American Institute for Medical Assisting with a certificate in medical office management. She was then employed at the Sevier Valley Hospital. Judge Probert was later employed for 8 years as an in-court clerk and office manager, where she served both the Millard County and Fillmore City Justice Courts. Judge Probert completed coursework at the National Judicial College in 2022 and received her certificate in judicial development. Justice Court Mid-Level Evaluation. Note: see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Dana Lee Welch O'Donnell, serving Grand County Justice Court, Grand County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Welch O'Donnell received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. The judge presented as a consistent, polite judge who prioritized the voice of court participants. She was conscientious in assisting participants to understand their rights, court processes, and expectations. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Dana Lee Welch O'Donnell was appointed to the Grand County Justice Court in December 2019. Prior to her appointment to the bench, Judge Welch O'Donnell worked as a paralegal for the Grand County Attorney's Office for nearly 15 years, working on both civil and criminal matters. During her career at the County Attorney's Office, she became certified with the Utah State Bar as a certified paralegal. Judge Welch O'Donnell has attended Utah State University, worked at the local elementary school as a paraeducator in special education, and spent many years serving as a volunteer leader for 4-H horse youth groups. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Denise Porter, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Denise Porter's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 88% of respondents recommend Judge Porter for retention. Respondents praise her fairness in court and find her to be kind, competent, and diligent. They, along with courtroom observers, admire the judge's ability to make all individuals feel heard, and the judge's willingness to explain information. Both groups also value her vigilance and deliberateness in working through issues. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Porter's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Denise M. Porter was appointed to the 4th District Court in December 2020 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. She serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Prior to her judicial appointment, Judge Porter served as a member of the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole for 5 years. Judge Porter received 2 bachelor degrees, magna cum laude, from the University of Utah in 1995 in political science and psychology. She obtained her law degree from the University of Utah's S.J. Quinney College of Law in 1998. Judge Porter began her legal career clerking for Judge Tyrone Medley and Judge William Thorne in Utah's 3rd Judicial District. After her clerkship, Judge Porter spent the next 17 years at Salt Lake Legal Defender Association, where she worked as a felony trial attorney. She was part of the Legal Defender Capital Representation Team specializing in mitigation. Judge Porter currently serves on the Utah Supreme Court's Advisory Committee on the Rules of Criminal Procedure and is a board member for Women Lawyers of Utah. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to an average of 4.4 for her peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to 4.7 average. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to an average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Derek P. Pullen, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2003, Judge Derek Pullen's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 85% of respondents recommend Judge Pullen for retention. Respondents compliment the judge's competent, thoughtful manner in court. They say that he is well-versed in the law and diligent, putting a lot of thought into his work. Respondents, along with courtroom observers, value the judge's careful consideration of the facts and nuances of each case. Several respondents and 1 courtroom observer expressed concern with the judge's judicial temperament and that he appears to improperly favor one party over the other. While 4 observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in the judge's court, 1 observer does not report confidence. The Commission received multiple public comments for this judge regarding a specific court decision. However, according to statute, it is not JPEC's role to review court rulings. That is the role of appellate courts. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Derek P. Pullen was appointed in September 2003 by Governor Michael O. Leavitt. He serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Judge Pullen is a member of the Utah Judicial Council and chairs the council's Policy and Planning Committee. He has served on the Utah Supreme Court's Advisory Committee on the Civil Rules of Procedure and the Advisory Committee on Indigent Defense. He served as chairman of the Board of District Court Judges and presiding judge of the 4th District Court. He is a frequent presenter on evidence law at judicial conferences and has taught evidence at the J. Reuben Clark Law School at Brigham Young University. Judge Pullen graduated cum laude from the J. Reuben Clark Law School in 1993 and was a law clerk at the Utah Supreme Court. Legal ability, 4.3 compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to an average of his peers of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to an average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable L. Douglas Hogan, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge L. Douglas Hogan's scores are statistically above the average of his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 99% of survey respondents recommend Judge Hogan for retention. Survey respondents and courtroom observers describe the judge as kind, caring, and relatable. One respondent finds that he possesses the rare ability to meet defendants where they are and speak to them on a level that they will understand. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Hogan as particularly capable, ethical, impartial, knowledgeable, and open-minded, as well as notably respectful, decisive, patient, and prepared. Observers say the judge is consistent and balanced, and all observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Hogan's court. The Commission received multiple public comments for this judge regarding specific court decisions. However, according to statute, it is not JPEC's role to review court rulings. That is the role of appellate courts. The judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge L. Douglas Hogan was appointed to the 3rd District Court in October 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. He served Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Hogan received a Juris Doctorate with distinction from the McGeorge School of Law at the University of the Pacific in 1999. Judge Hogan's undergraduate studies were completed at the University of Utah in 1996. After completing law school, Judge Hogan worked as in-house counsel before entering private practice. Judge Hogan served as a legal defender for Tooele County and as the assigned counsel for indigent participants in the Tooele County Drug Court program for several years. In 2006, he was elected to the office of Tooele County Attorney. Judge Hogan served as the Tooele County Attorney for 8 years and held that office until taking the bench in December 2014. Legal ability, 4.7 compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.8 compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.9 compared to a 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Elizabeth Knight, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2015, Judge Knight's scores are statistically consistent with her juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 96% of survey respondents recommend Judge Knight for retention. Respondents describe the judge as fair, non-judgmental, and kind, and both respondents and courtroom observers value her caring demeanor and compassion toward participants' needs. Both groups further appreciate the judge's professionalism and willingness to listen and allow participants an opportunity to share their story. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Knight's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Elizabeth M. Knight was appointed to the 3rd District Juvenile Court in August of 2015 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. Judge Knight serves in Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Knight graduated in 1989 from the University of Utah with a Bachelor's of Science degree in elementary education and taught first grade in Compton, California for 1 year. Judge Knight then received a Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Utah College of Law in 1993. After graduating from law school, Judge Knight was employed as a guardian ad litem from 1993 until 2002. Judge Knight then returned to the University of Utah, where she graduated with a master's degree in leadership and policy in 2003. Following a brief stint teaching 6th grade, Judge Knight was employed by the Department of Human Services as an administrative law judge from 2003 until 2013, and then as the director of the Office of Guardian ad litem from 2013 until her appointment to the bench. Judge Knight currently serves on the State Children's Justice Center Board and the Language Access Committee. Legal ability, 4.6 compared to 4.5 average of her peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, Mid-Level Evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Eric Jewell, serving Genola Municipal Justice Court, Goshen Municipal Justice Court, Payson Municipal Justice Court, and Santaquin Municipal Justice Court, Utah County. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 5 of 5. Judge Jewell received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. The judge presented as a professional, considerate judge who communicated well with participants. He also operated in a careful, neutral manner. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Eric S. Jewell was appointed to the Payson, Santaquin, Genola, and Goshen Justice Courts in August 2021. Judge Jewell graduated from Brigham Young University in 2006 with a B.S. in economics. He then attended law school and earned a Juris Doctorate in 2009 from the Marshall Wythe School of Law at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. Following graduation, Judge Jewell was admitted to the Virginia Bar, where he worked as a prosecutor in the Gloucester County Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. In 2012, he was admitted to the Utah Bar and accepted the position of Assistant City Attorney/Prosecutor in Payson, where he served until his appointment to the bench. 8th Judicial District Court. Honorable Gregory Lamb, serving Daggett, Duchesne, and Uintah counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Lamb's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 86% of respondents recommend Judge Lamb for retention. Respondents say the judge is fair and issues well-considered legal decisions. They, along with courtroom observers, praise his dignified, kind, judicial demeanor, and observers appreciate his embodiment of neutrality and consistency. A few respondents express varied criticism of his management of the courtroom. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Lamb's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Greg Lamb was appointed to the 8th District Court by Governor Gary R. Herbert in December 2020. He serves Daggett, Duchesne, and Uintah counties. Judge Lamb is a lifetime resident of the Uintah Basin and graduated from Altamont High School in Duchesne County. He holds an M.A. in Public Policy, as well as B.A. and B.S. degrees from Brigham Young University. Judge Lamb received his Juris Doctor from the University of Utah College of Law in 2001. From 2001 to 2002, Judge Lamb served in the Office for Civil Rights with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He then served as guardian ad litem attorney from 2002 to 2005. Judge Lamb joined the Uintah County Attorney's Office in 2005, where he served as Deputy County Attorney and Chief Deputy Prosecuting Attorney before forming the law firm Stringham and Lamb with his good friend in 2012. Judge Lamb was in private practice until 2018 when he was elected as Uintah County Attorney. He served in that capacity until his appointment to the bench. Legal ability, 4.3, compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.5, compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6, compared to an average of his peers of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Heather Brereton, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2015, Judge Heather Brereton's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 88% of respondents recommend Judge Brereton for retention. Respondents and courtroom observers appreciate the judge's efficient courtroom management. Respondents find her to be fair-minded and intelligent, and value her dignified treatment of court participants. While 3 observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in the judge's court, 1 observer does not report confidence. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Heather Brereton was appointed to the 3rd District Court in August 2015 by Governor Gary Herbert. She served Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Brereton received a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Utah in 1995 and a law degree from the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law in 1998. After law school, Judge Brereton served as the judicial law clerk at the trial court level in the 4th District Court and at the Utah Court of Appeals. Prior to her judicial appointment, Judge Brereton was a trial attorney, a capital qualified attorney, and the misdemeanor division chief for Salt Lake Legal Defenders Association. Judge Brereton presides over one of 2 mental health courts in the 3rd District and presently serves as a member of the Board of District Court Judges. Legal ability, 4.2 compared to an average of her peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.4 compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to an average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable James D. Gardner, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination, meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 11-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Gardner's scores are statistically above the average of his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 96% of survey respondents recommend Judge Gardner for retention. Respondents describe the judge as fair and legally proficient. They, along with courtroom observers, find the judge to be kind, thorough, and diligent, and both appreciate that he gives participants the opportunity to express themselves in court. One observer highlights the judge's positive attitude, while a respondent values his positive energy. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Gardner as particularly attentive, capable, ethical, impartial, knowledgeable, and open-minded, as well as notably respectful, decisive, patient, and prepared. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Gardner's court. The judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge James D. Gardner was appointed to the 3rd District Court in December 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. He served Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Gardner graduated magna cum laude from Brigham Young University in 1997. He then graduated cum laude with a Juris Doctorate degree from Duke University School of Law in 2000. Prior to his judicial appointment, Judge Gardner was a partner at Snell and Wilmer in its Salt Lake City office, where he maintained a broad-based civil litigation practice in state and federal courts at both the trial and appellate levels. Judge Gardner was admitted to practice before the 4th, 6th, 10th, and federal circuits, the United States Supreme Court, and all state and federal courts in Utah. Judge Gardner is a member of the Utah Judicial Council, the new Lawyer Training Program Committee, and the A. Sherman Christensen Inn of Court. Judge Gardner is located in the West Jordan Courthouse. Legal ability, 4.7, compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.9, compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.9, compared to an average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 8th Judicial District Court. Honorable Jeffrey Ross, serving Daggett, Duchesne, and Uintah counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Ross's scores are statistically above the average of his juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. All 84 respondents, 100%, recommend that Judge Ross be retained. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Ross as particularly impartial and knowledgeable, as well as notably decisive. Respondents appreciate the judge's legal skills. They, along with courtroom observers, value his kind and courteous demeanor and his sensitivity to the needs and perspectives of participants. Both additionally admire the judge's careful, unhurried manner and ability to communicate. One respondent described the judge as a top-quality jurist. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Ross's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Jeffrey K. Ross was appointed to the 8th District Juvenile Court by Governor Spencer J. Cox in May 2021. He serves Duchesne, Uintah, and Daggett counties. Judge Ross received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and Constitutional Studies from Utah State University in 2006, graduating magna cum laude. He received his Juris Doctor from the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law in 2011, graduating with high honors. During law school, Judge Ross served as the Executive Symposium Editor of the Utah Law Review. Prior to his appointment, Judge Ross was the managing attorney for the Vernal, Utah branch of Stowell, Crake, and Bowen, PLLC, practicing in the areas of child welfare, juvenile delinquency, divorce, custody, criminal defense, and immigration law. Legal ability, 4.8, compared to an average of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.9, compared to an average of his peers of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.9, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Jennifer A. Mabee, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Jennifer Mabee's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness, and below the average of her peers on administrative skills. 89% of respondents recommend Judge Mabee for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Mabee as more indecisive than her peers. Respondents find the judge to be bright, competent, and thoughtful. Respondents, along with courtroom observers, praise her reasonable, compassionate demeanor, and both groups value her ability to explain information clearly. Many respondents say the judge is slow to issue her rulings, which some indicate may result from the court's large number of cases. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Maybe's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Jennifer A. Maybe, Brown, was appointed to the 4th District Court in December 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. She serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Prior to her judicial appointment, Judge Maybe was a partner at Tesh Law Offices in Park City. She also practiced law as both corporate in-house counsel and associate at various law firms in Salt Lake City. Judge Brown received a Juris Doctor degree from Brigham Young University, J. Reuben Clark Law School. Legal ability, 4.4 compared to an average of her peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6, compared to the average of 4.7 for her peers. Administrative skills, 4.4, compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 7th Judicial District Court. Honorable Jeremiah Humes, serving Carbon, Emery, Grand, and San Juan counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Humes' scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, procedural fairness, integrity and judicial temperament, and administrative skills. 95% of survey respondents recommend Judge Humes for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Humes as notably prepared. Respondents describe the judge as competent, and both respondents and courtroom observers value the judge's level-headed, calm judicial demeanor. Both groups further appreciate his deliberate nature, taking time with each person. Observers additionally admire the judge's communication skills. All observers report that if appearing before Judge Humes, they would be treated fairly. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Jeremiah C. Humes was appointed to the 7th District Court in January 2020 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Carbon, Emery, Grand, and San Juan counties. Judge Humes received his undergraduate degree from Utah State University in 2000 and graduated with Dean's Honors from the Washburn University School of Law in 2002. He worked in private practice for 17 years. In addition to his private practice, Judge Humes served as a deputy county attorney for 13 years and then as Carbon County attorney until his appointment. For 12 years, he also enjoyed teaching in the Criminal Justice and Peace Officer Standards and Training Program at Utah State University Eastern. Judge Humes served for 15 years as defense or prosecution in drug court programs. He currently presides over the Emery County Adult Drug Court Program. He also currently serves on the Utah State Bar's New Lawyer Training Program Committee. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to 4.4 for his peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8 compared to 4.7 average. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, mid-level evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable John R. Carpenter, serving Carbon County Justice Court and Wellington Municipal Justice Court, Carbon County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Carpenter received positive reviews from the observer and nearly all respondents. The judge presented a polite, sensitive demeanor and demonstrated respectful treatment of court participants. He also conveyed sound communication skills to ensure those in court received clear information and understood what to do. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge John Carpenter was appointed to the Carbon County and Wellington City Justice Courts in May 2014 and to the East Carbon Justice Court in January 2017. Judge Carpenter received a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah and a law degree from Creighton University. After law school, Judge Carpenter served as a law clerk in the Utah 7th District. Prior to taking the bench, Judge Carpenter practiced at a private law firm providing a wide range of legal services. Judge Carpenter is currently a member of the Board of Justice Court Judges. 2nd Judicial District Court. Honorable Joseph M. Bean, serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Joseph Bean's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 81% of respondents recommend Judge Bean for retention. Respondents describe the judge as calm and considerate, and they admire his diligence. Respondents and courtroom observers appreciate his attentiveness, willingness to listen, and his clear communication. Observers further value the judge's courteous treatment of participants. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Bean's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Joseph M. Bean was appointed to the 2nd District Court in March 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. He serves on the Board of District Court Judges. In addition to his regular duties, Judge Bean has also served as a drug court judge for Weber County for the past 7 years. Prior to his appointment as a district court judge, Judge Bean served as a justice court judge for Syracuse City for 20 years. He was also president and managing partner of Bean and Meekin, P.C. Judge Bean received a Juris Doctor from the University of Utah College of Law in 1989. Legal ability, 4.3, compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7, compared to an average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7, compared to an average of 4.7 for his peers. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Kara Pettit, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Pettit's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 85% of respondents recommend Judge Pettit for retention. Respondents say the judge is intelligent and fair. They, along with courtroom observers, admire her judicial temperament and appreciate her kind, polite, and patient interactions. Both groups further find the judge to be thorough and careful in weighing evidence before making decisions. A few respondents and a couple of observers suggest that the judge should do more to maintain a professional courtroom environment. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Pettit's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Kara L. Pettit was appointed to the 3rd District Court in September 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. She currently serves full-time in Salt Lake County. She previously served on the court's Judicial Council and on the grand jury panel. Judge Pettit is a member of the Utah Bar's New Lawyer Training Program Committee. Judge Pettit graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Accounting from the University of Northern Iowa, magna cum laude, in 1988. From 1988 to 92, she was an internal auditor for the 3M Company in St. Paul, Minnesota. She obtained her law degree from the University of Utah's College of Law in 1995. From 1995 to 99, she was a deputy prosecuting attorney for the Ada County Prosecuting Attorney's Office in Boise, Idaho. In December 1999, she joined the law firm of Snow, Christensen, and Martineau, where she practiced civil litigation until being appointed to the bench in 2014. Prior to her appointment, Judge Pettit volunteered with several organizations or projects, including the Ada County Human Rights Task Force, Pro Bono Guardian Ad Litem Program, Pro Bono Legal Clinic at Guadalupe School, and the Road Home Development Committee. Legal ability, 4.3, compared to an average of 4.4 for her peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7. compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 5th Judicial District Court. Honorable Keith C. Barnes, serving Beaver, Iron, and Washington counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Keith Barnes's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, procedural fairness, integrity and judicial temperament, and administrative skills. 94% of survey respondents recommend Judge Barnes for retention. Respondents and courtroom observers admire the judge's calm, kind, and considerate judicial demeanor. Both groups further value the judge's diligence, efficient management of the courtroom, and his willingness to listen and allow participants to express their views. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Barnes as notably decisive. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Barnes's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Keith C. Barnes was appointed to the 5th District Court in February 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Iron, Washington, and Beaver counties. Judge Barnes graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Political Science from Brigham Young University and received a law degree from Oklahoma City University School of Law in 1994. Prior to his appointment to the bench, Judge Barnes was a partner at Barnes Law Offices, Jensen, Graff & Barnes, and Park & Barnes. He has served as a member of the Southern Utah University National Advisory Board, Utah Radiation Control Board, and as a board of director at Allegiance Direct Bank. Legal ability, 4.6, compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.7. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Christine Johnson, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2019, Judge Johnson's scores are statistically consistent with their district court peers on legal ability, procedural fairness, integrity and judicial temperament, and administrative skills. 88% of survey respondents recommend Judge Johnson for retention. Respondents find this judge to be fair, and they praise the judge for her intelligence and skill with the law. They, along with courtroom observers, admire the courteous and kind treatment she imparts to court participants. While 3 observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in the judge's court, 1 observer does not report confidence. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Johnson was appointed to the 3rd District Court by Governor Gary R. Herbert in October 2019. She serves Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Johnson received a BA in Political Science and U.S. History from Trinity University in 1992 and a Juris Doctor from the S.J. Quinney College of Law in 1995. Prior to her appointment, she was a shareholder at the Salt Lake City firm of Parsons, Beal, and Latimer, where she served as a member of the Board of Directors from 2015 until her appointment to the bench. She is a founding member and former president of the David K. Winder Intellectual Property American Inn of Court and a member of the David K. Watkis Sutherland II American Inn of Court. She serves on the Utah State Bar Continuing Legal Education Steering Committee and is a fellow of the American Bar Foundation. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to the average of her peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Laura S. Scott, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count, 13-0. Performance standards, passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Laura Scott's scores are statistically above the average of her district court peers on administrative skills and consistent with her peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness. 93% of survey respondents recommend her for retention. Respondents describe the judge as excellent, intelligent, diligent, and effective, and 2 respondents find that her treatment of unrepresented litigants enhances confidence in the judicial system. Respondents, along with courtroom observers, applaud the judge's courteous, polite manner and the judge's ability to explain information clearly. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Scott's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Presiding Judge Laura Scott was appointed to the 3rd District Court in 2014. She handles the civil calendar and acts as a water judge. She currently serves on the Utah Supreme Court's Ethics Advisory Committee and OPC Oversight Committee, as well as an emeritus member of the Advisory Committee on the Rules of Civil Procedure. Judge Scott also serves as an ex officio member of the executive committees of the Salt Lake County Bar Association and Women Lawyers of Utah. Judge Scott is an American Bar Foundation Fellow, a former Vice Chair of the Ethics and Discipline Committee of the Utah Supreme Court, and a past President of the Salt Lake County Bar Association. She has received the Utah State Bar's Professionalism Award, the James B. Lee Mentoring Award, and the 2022 Judge of the Year Award. Judge Scott received a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Utah and a Juris Doctor degree from the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law at Arizona State University. Prior to joining the bench, she was a shareholder at Parsons, Beal, and Latimer, where she practiced commercial and real estate litigation. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to the average of her peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, Mid-Level Evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Mark Mackliff, serving Salina Municipal Justice Court, Paiute County Justice Court, and Sevier County Justice Court. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Mackliff received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. The judge presented as a methodical, calm judge who made sure that participants understood their rights and responsibilities in court. He allowed them to express themselves and was attentive to their needs. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Mark Mackliff was first appointed to the bench in May 2014. He currently serves as Justice Court Judge for Sevier County, Paiute County, Fairview, Fountain Green, Spring City, Moroni, Ephraim City, Gunnison, Manti, and Mount Pleasant. He received a bachelor's degree in accounting in 1995 from Southern Utah University and a Juris Doctorate in 1998 from Gonzaga University in Spokane, Washington. Prior to his appointment to the bench, Judge Macliff served as the Piute County Attorney, the Wayne County Attorney, Deputy Sevier County Attorney, Deputy Garfield County Attorney, and Chief Criminal Prosecutor for the Wasatch County Attorney's Office. He also served as a city prosecutor and city attorney for several cities. In addition, Judge Macliff maintained a private law practice in Richfield during most of his career. Utah Supreme Court. Honorable Matthew B. Durant, serving the state of Utah. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 11-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2000, Justice Durant's scores are statistically well above the average of his appellate court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness, and consistent with his peers on administrative skills. 97% of survey respondents recommend Judge Durant for retention. Respondents describe this judge as dedicated, diligent, and courteous. One says that he possesses an excellent judicial temperament, while another finds that even if you lose, you feel like you were treated with respect. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Justice Durant as particularly capable, knowledgeable, and ethical. The judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Chief Justice Matthew B. Durant was appointed to the Utah Supreme Court in January 2000 by Governor Michael O. Leavitt. At the time, he was serving as a trial judge in the 3rd Judicial District. Justice Durant has served as the Supreme Court representative on the Utah Judicial Council and as Associate Chief Justice. He was the founding chair of the Supreme Court's Professionalism Committee and has chaired the Judicial Council's Technology Committee. In addition, Justice Durant chaired the Supreme Court Committee charged with the revision of the Code of Judicial Conduct. Justice Durant received his law degree from Harvard Law School in 1984. After a clerkship with Judge Monroe G. McKay of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, Justice Durant joined the Salt Lake law firm now known as Parr, Waddips, Brown, Gee, and Loveless, where he was a shareholder at the time of his appointment to the district bench. Justice Durant also is taught as an adjunct professor at Brigham Young University's J. Reuben Clark Law School. Legal ability, 4.8, compared to his peers' review of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.9, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 2nd Judicial District Court. Honorable Michael D. DeRita, serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2008, Judge DeRita's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 92% of respondents recommend Judge DeRita for retention. Respondents admire the judge's thoughtfulness and skill in applying the law, as well as his diligence and hard work. Respondents and courtroom observers find him to be conscientious and engaged, and observers value his genuine concerns for the defendants. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge DeRita's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Michael D. DeRita was appointed to the 2nd District Court by Governor John M. Huntsman, Jr. in December 2002. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology in 1990 from Pepperdine University and a Juris Doctor degree in 1993 from Pepperdine University Caruso School of Law. He served as a judicial law clerk in the 2nd District Court from 1994 to 95, before joining the Davis County Attorney's Office as a deputy county attorney. As a prosecutor, he prosecuted serious felony offenses, including high-profile homicide cases. During his tenure from 1995 to 2008, he served as a section chief over all criminal litigation, as well as section chief over narcotics cases investigated by the Davis Metro Narcotics Strike Force. He was a Special Assistant United States Attorney from 2001 to 2007, where he prosecuted cases brought under Project Safe Neighborhoods. From 2019 to 2022, Judge DeRita served as the Associate Presiding and Presiding Judge in the 2nd District. Currently, Judge DeRita serves on the Judicial Council and is an adjunct professor of law at the University of Utah, where he teaches trial advocacy. He is a Sudro Global Justice Institute Judicial Advisor to the judiciaries of Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. Legal ability, 4.4 compared to the average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 5th Judicial District Court. Honorable Michael F. Levitt, serving Beaver, Iron, and Washington counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Levitt's scores are statistically consistent with his juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 92% of respondents recommend Judge Levitt for retention. Respondents find the judge to be competent and kind, and they, along with courtroom observers, praise his caring, sensitive demeanor. Both groups further appreciate the judge's adept interpersonal skills, with one respondent saying he has a gift to work with juveniles. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Levitt's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Michael F. Levitt was appointed to the 5th District Juvenile Court in 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Beaver, Iron, and Washington counties. Judge Levitt graduated from University of Idaho College of Law in 2002. Prior to his appointment, Judge Levitt worked as an attorney with the law firm of Durham, Jones, and Pinniger, formerly Snow Nuffer, from 2002 through 2014. At the time of his appointment, he was serving as a bar commissioner with the Utah State Bar and previously served as president of the Southern Utah Bar Association. Judge Levitt served for 6 years on the Language Access Committee, including 1 year as chair. He currently serves as a member of the Board of Juvenile Court Judges, Chair 2020 to 21, and is a member of the Supreme Court Standing Committee on the Rules of Evidence and the Juvenile Court Detention Risk Assessment Tool Work Group. Legal ability, 4.3 compared to an average of his peers of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8 compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Monica Diaz, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13 to 0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Diaz's scores are statistically consistent with her juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 98% of respondents recommend Judge Diaz for retention. Respondents praise her work ethic, thorough legal reasoning, and efficient management of court. Respondents and courtroom observers laud the judge's sincere, courteous demeanor and caring interactions with court participants. Some respondents say the judge should be more conscious of the appearance of bias, particularly towards the defense counsel. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Diaz's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Monica Diaz was appointed to the 3rd District Juvenile Court in June 2021 by Governor Spencer J. Cox. She serves Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Diaz earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Social Sciences from Westminster College in 2002 and her Juris Doctor degree from the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law in 2008. After graduation, Judge Diaz clerked for the 3rd District Court. From 2009 until 2012, she prosecuted delinquency cases in juvenile court for the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office. And from 2012 until 2020, Judge Diaz defended youth as a member of Utah Juvenile Defender Attorneys. From 2020 until her appointment to the bench, Judge Diaz was the director of Utah Sentencing Commission. Before her appointment, Judge Diaz was a member of the Utah Supreme Court Ethics and Discipline Committee, Utah Supreme Court's Advisory Committee on the Rules of Juvenile Procedure, and was awarded the Robert E. Shepard, Jr. Leadership Award for Excellence in Juvenile Defense in 2019. Legal ability, 4.3 compared to an average of her peers of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court, Mid-Level Evaluation. Note, see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Paul Olds, serving Riverdale Municipal Justice Court, Weber County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13 to 0. Performance standards passed 5 of 5. Judge Olds received positive reviews from the observer and all respondents. The judge presented as a courteous but firm judge who prioritized litigant understanding and considered litigant needs. He modeled consistent and neutral interactions and displayed a thorough manner in dispensing with all matters. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, evaluation requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Paul H. Olds was appointed to the Riverdale City Justice Court in October of 2019. He was subsequently appointed in 2021 to serve in the Justice Courts of Washington Terrace / Marriott Slaterville, Far West, and Pleasant View. Judge Olds is a graduate of the University of Utah and the University of Nebraska College of Law. Prior to taking the bench, Judge Olds practiced as an attorney in northern Utah for over 25 years. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Roger W. Griffin, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Griffin's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability and integrity and judicial temperament, and below the average of his peers on administrative skills and procedural fairness. 86% of respondents recommend Judge Griffin for retention. Respondents and courtroom observers admire the judge's diligent and thorough manner. One respondent says that he appears to work really hard at trying to make sure he does his best. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Griffin as more disrespectful and impatient than his peers. Some respondents comment that he appears to favor the prosecution over the defense in criminal cases. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Griffin's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Roger W. Griffin was appointed to the 4th District Court in June 2014 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Judge Griffin obtained his law degree from the J. Reuben Clark Law School at Brigham Young University in 1993. He received his Bachelor of Arts degree cum laude from Utah State University in 1989. Prior to his judicial appointment, Judge Griffin was the chief litigation officer for a multi-state law firm. While in private practice, Judge Griffin was selected as a legal elite by the Utah Business Magazine 4 separate times. He has also served as a mentor for the Utah State Bar's New Lawyer Training Association program. In 2008, Judge Griffin was appointed chair of the Board of Trustees for the American Fork Library and served for 6 years in that capacity. In 2014, he received the Outstanding Community Service Award from American Fork City. Legal ability, 4.2 compared to the average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.5, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.4, compared to the average of his peers of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 5th Judicial District Court. Honorable Ronald L. Reed, serving Orderville Municipal Justice Court and Washington County. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Reed's scores are statistically consistent with his Justice Court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, administrative skills, and procedural fairness. 92% of respondents recommend Judge Reed for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Reed as notably patient. Respondents and courtroom observers admire the judge's courteous, approachable demeanor, with one observer saying that his courtroom decorum is commendable. Both groups also appreciate the judge's administrative efficiency, and courtroom observers find the judge to be thorough and careful. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Reed's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Ronald L. Reed was appointed to the Washington County Justice Court bench in September 2014. He graduated from Southern Utah State College in 1981 and the University of Utah Law School in 1990. He served as a law clerk for the United States District Court of Boise, Idaho, after which he then became an associate and shareholder with the law firm of Hughes and Reed, assistant city attorney for the city of St. George, and then a co-founder of Reed and Wright Law Firm. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to the average of his peers of 4.2. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.6 compared to an average of 4.3. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.4. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Second Judicial District Court. Honorable Ronald Russell, serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Russell's scores are statistically above the average of his district court peers on administrative skills and consistent with his peers on legal ability, integrity, and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness. 95% of respondents recommend him for retention. Respondents describe the judge as competent and dedicated. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Russell as particularly capable and ethical. Courtroom observers appreciate the judge's considerate nature and kind treatment of courtroom participants. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Russell's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Ronald G. Russell was appointed to Utah's 2nd District Court by Governor Gary R. Herbert in January 2021. He serves Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Judge Russell received his Juris Doctor in 1983 from the University of Utah, Order of the Coif, where he was managing editor of the Utah Law Review, and his B.A. in 1980 from Weber State University, cum laude. Judge Russell clerked for the Honorable David K. Winder in the United States District Court for the District of Utah in 1984 and was in private law practice for over 35 years before taking the bench. During his years in private practice, Judge Russell represented clients in a wide variety of litigation matters in both small and complex cases. He served as a member of the Utah Judicial Conduct Commission by appointment of the Utah Supreme Court from 2004 to 2012, and was chair of the commission from 2009 to 2012. Judge Russell served on the Centerville City Council and as the mayor of Centerville. He has also served the community on several boards, including the Wasatch Front Regional Council, Envision Utah Steering Committee, and South Davis Metro Fire Agency, the Davis County Council of Governments, the Family Support Center, and as a member and chair of the Board of Trustees of Centerpoint Legacy Theater. Legal ability, 4.5 compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8 compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Utah Court of Appeals. Honorable Ryan Tenney, serving the state of Utah. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Tenney's scores are statistically consistent with his appellate court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 92% of respondents recommend Judge Tenney for retention. Respondents describe the judge as bright, thoughtful, and diligent. They laud his array of judicial skills, including his writing proficiency, thorough opinions, and competency in oral arguments. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Ryan D. Tenney was appointed to the Utah Court of Appeals in June 2021 by Governor Spencer J. Cox. Judge Tenney graduated from the University of Utah in 2000 and BYU Law School in 2003, both with honors. After graduating from law school, Judge Tenney clerked for Judge Norman Jackson of the Utah Court of Appeals. He then spent several years practicing with a civil litigation firm in Provo, after which he spent almost a decade as an attorney in the Criminal Appeals Division of the Utah Attorney General's Office. At the time of his appointment to the bench, Judge Tenney was an appellate attorney with the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah, where he represented the United States in criminal appeals before the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. Judge Tenney was an adjunct professor at BYU Law School from 2008 through 2021. At BYU, Judge Tenney taught an upper division appellate brief writing seminar and a course in the International LLM program, and he also helped coach the National Moot Court team. Judge Tenney has served on the ethics advisory committees for both the Utah Judiciary and the Utah State Bar, as well as in leadership roles for the Utah State Bar's constitutional law and appellate law sections. Judge Tenney is currently a member of the Utah Sentencing Commission. Legal ability, 4.5, compared to an average of his peers of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 4th Judicial District Court. Honorable Sean Peterson, serving Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2021, Judge Peterson's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 92% of respondents recommend Judge Peterson for retention. Respondents see the judge as fair and appreciate his legal skills, particularly in applying the law to the facts and in issuing understandable rulings. Respondents and courtroom observers applaud the judge's professional, kind judicial temperament. Observers also value his neutrality and ability to communicate. While all 4 observers find the judge to be fair, 2 express hesitations to appear before him, resulting from difficulties hearing the judge and the judge's rush to get through his large caseload. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Sean M. Peterson was appointed to the 4th District Court in July 2021 by Governor Spencer J. Cox. He serves Juab, Millard, Utah, and Wasatch counties. Prior to his judicial appointment, Judge Peterson served as a court commissioner on the 4th District Court since 2018. Prior to his position as court commissioner, Judge Peterson was a partner at Howard, Lewis, and Peterson in Provo, Utah. During his time at Howard, Lewis, and Peterson, Judge Peterson was recognized as a legal elite by the Utah Business Magazine over multiple years, as well as being named to the Super Lawyers list in Mountain State Super Lawyers. Judge Peterson graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Brigham Young University in 1996, and he received his Juris Doctorate degree from Willamette University in Salem, Oregon in 1999. Legal ability, 4.5, compared to an average of 4.4 for his legal peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7. compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 1st Judicial District Court. Honorable Spencer Walsh, serving Box Elder, Cache, and Rich counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Spencer Walsh's scores are statistically above the average of his district court peers on administrative skills, integrity and judicial temperament, and procedural fairness, and consistent with his peers on legal ability. 90% of respondents recommend him for retention. Respondents find the judge to possess integrity and a diligent work ethic. They appreciate his criminal law skills, but many say that he could improve his grasp of civil law. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Walsh as particularly attentive, ethical, and open-minded, as well as notably patient. Respondents and courtroom observers admire the judge's calm, polite demeanor, as well as his clear communication. Observers further laud the judge's neutrality. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Walsh's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Spencer D. Walsh was appointed to the 1st District Court in September 2020 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. He serves in Box Elder, Cache, and Rich counties. Judge Walsh earned a law degree from Brigham Young University's J. Reuben Clark Law School in 2007. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree in anthropology from Brigham Young University in 2003. Prior to his appointment, Judge Walsh served as the Chief Prosecutor for the Cache County Attorney's Office. He previously served as a Deputy County Attorney in the Cache County Attorney's Office and as a Deputy Prosecuting Attorney in the West Valley City Attorney's Office. Judge Walsh was a police academy instructor and taught constitutional law as an adjunct professor for the University of the Rockies. Prior to taking the bench, Judge Walsh served as a member of the Utah Sexual Violence Council for the Utah Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice. Judge Walsh presides over the Box Elder County Mental Health Court. Legal ability: 4.4 compared to the average of 4.4 of his peers. Integrity and judicial temperament: 4.8 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills: 4.8 compared to the average of 4.7. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 2nd Judicial District Court. Honorable Tasha Williams, serving Davis, Morgan, and Weber counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count: 13-0. Performance standards: passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2020, Judge Williams' scores are statistically consistent with her juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 89% of respondents recommend her for retention. Respondents find the judge to be competent and intelligent. They, along with courtroom observers, commend her deliberate, attentive manner, her interest in the youth, and her compassionate concern for their needs. Courtroom observers praise her welcoming, cordial demeanor, and all report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Williams' court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Tasha Williams was appointed to the 2nd District Juvenile Court in September 2020 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. She serves Davis, Weber, and Morgan counties. Judge Williams earned a Bachelor of Science in Political Science and Communication from Southern Utah University in 2005, and her Juris Doctor degree from the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law in 2008. Before her appointment, she worked at Utah Juvenile Defender Attorneys and was also a member of the Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice. Judge Williams was awarded the Youth Advocate of the Year award by the Utah Board of Juvenile Justice in 2016. Legal ability: 4.6 compared to the average of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament: 4.7 compared to the average of her peers of 4.7. Administrative skills: 4.8 compared to the average of 4.7. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Teresa Welch, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2019, Judge Welch's scores are statistically consistent with her district court peers on legal ability, procedural fairness, integrity and judicial temperament, and administrative skills. 97% of survey respondents recommend her for retention. Respondents find the judge to be fair, as well as thoughtful, thorough, and diligent in applying the law, though some add that her thoroughness leads to slower-moving calendars. Respondents and courtroom observers appreciate the judge's willingness to seek input from participants, and both groups also value her calm, polite, and welcoming manner. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Welch's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Teresa L. Welch was appointed to the 3rd District Court in October 2019 by Governor Gary R. Herbert. She serves Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Welch received 4 degrees from the University of Utah, including a bachelor's degree in music, violin performance, a bachelor's degree in philosophy, a master's degree in philosophy, and a Juris Doctorate in 2002 from the S.J. Quinney College of Law. She also received a Ph.D. in criminal justice in 2018 from Nova Southeastern University, graduating Phi Kappa Phi. Before Judge Welch's appointment to the bench, she worked for the Salt Lake Legal Defender Association for 16-plus years. There, she worked as a trial and appellate attorney, and she also supervised a team of attorneys in the 3rd District Court's Early Case Resolution Court program from 2011 to 15. She has also taught criminal justice and philosophy classes as an adjunct professor for local universities and colleges, including the University of Utah, Weber State University, and the Salt Lake Community College. Legal ability, 4.5, compared to 4.4 average for her peers. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.6 compared to the average of 4.7 for her peers. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. Justice Court. Basic evaluation. Note, see Judges section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Timothy Smith, serving Panguitch Municipal Justice Court, Garfield County. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 4 of 4. Together, the 3 observers were strongly positive about Judge Smith. All observers reported that if appearing before Judge Smith, they would be treated fairly. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Tim Smith was appointed to the Panguitch City Justice Court in 2015. He graduated from the University of Utah with a Bachelor of Science degree in pharmacy in 1995 and earned his Master of Business Administration in Healthcare Management from Western Governors University in 2015. Judge Smith has worked in healthcare administration from 1999 to the present. He has also served as a member of the Panguitch City Council from 2006 to 2015 and as a member of the Coalition of Community Patchwork Mending for Drug and Alcohol Abuse Prevention from 1997 to the present. Justice Court, Mid-Level Evaluation. Note: see Judges Section Introduction for Justice Court information. Honorable Trent Nelson, serving Harrisville City Municipal Justice Court. Commission recommendation: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards: passed 5 of 5. Judge Trent Nelson receives positive reviews from nearly all respondents. Respondents find the judge to be welcoming and kind, someone who tries to motivate litigants to do better. They say Judge Nelson cares about the various situations in which courtroom participants find themselves and does what he can to work with them. Respondents further identify the judge as consistent and adhering to procedure. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Trent Nelson was appointed to the Harrisville City Justice Court in December 2019. He has also been serving as the Roy/Weber County Justice Court since February 2017, serving the communities of Roy City, unincorporated Weber County, West Haven City, and Hooper City. He is the presiding judge for the Justice Courts of the 2nd Judicial District, Weber, Davis, and Morgan counties. He earned a Bachelor of Economics from Weber State University, a law degree from Brigham Young University, and an MBA from Utah State University. As a lawyer, Judge Nelson was the prosecutor for Roy City and had a private practice focused on family law, estate planning, and juvenile law, having been certified as a child welfare law specialist, National Association of Counsel for Children. He serves or has served on the following committees or organizations: the Utah Supreme Court's Advisory Committee for Rules of Professional Conduct, the Child Welfare Improvement Committee, DCFS, the Weber County Subcommittee of Utah's Committee on Disproportionate Minority Contact, the Special Education Advisory Panel, State Board of Education, the Judicial Council's Ethics Advisory Committee, Chair of the Juvenile Law Section of the Utah State Bar, the Community Council for his children's elementary school, and as a legal speaker for a Utah Attorney General's Safe at Home program, addressing issues surrounding domestic violence. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable Tupac A.G. Renteria, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination: meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards: passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Renteria's scores are statistically consistent with his juvenile court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 95% of survey respondents recommend Judge Renteria for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Renteria as particularly open-minded. Respondents find the judge to be well-informed, efficient, and timely. They, along with courtroom observers, admire his courteous and friendly manner. Observers appreciate that Judge Renteria provides a voice for participants and considers their input. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in the judge's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge Tupac A.G. Renteria was appointed to the 3rd District Juvenile Court in January 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. He served Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Prior to his appointment to the bench, Judge Renteria worked for the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office, where he was part of the Special Victims Unit, which prosecuted crimes perpetrated against children. Prior to that, Judge Renteria worked for Salt Lake City, where he prosecuted misdemeanor offenses in the district and justice courts. He also worked for the law firm of Locken and Associates, assisting parents in child abuse and neglect issues. Judge Renteria received his Juris Doctor from Temple University School of Law in 2000, where he was the president of the Latino Law Student Association. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in Ethnic Studies at the University of California at Berkeley in 1993. Legal ability, 4.6, compared to the average of his peers of 4.5. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.8, compared to the average of 4.7. Note, by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. 3rd Judicial District Court. Honorable William K. Kendall, serving Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Commission determination meets or exceeds minimum performance standards. Commission vote count 13-0. Performance standards passed 8 of 8. Appointed in 2014, Judge Kendall's scores are statistically consistent with his district court peers on legal ability, integrity and judicial temperament, procedural fairness, and administrative skills. 92% of respondents recommend him for retention. Survey ratings of judicial attributes characterize Judge Kendall as notably decisive and prepared. Respondents and courtroom observers value the judge's dignified and professional demeanor and his willingness to allow everyone in court to be heard. 2 respondents appreciate the judge's contributions to the community, with one saying, quote, "Our community is better with him on the bench," end quote. Many respondents and a couple of observers expressed concerns about court starting late without explanation. All observers report confidence that they would be treated fairly if they were to appear in Judge Kendall's court. This judge meets discipline standards set by statute and has been certified by the Judicial Council as meeting all time standards, education requirements, and mental and physical competence standards. Judge William K. Kendall was appointed to the 3rd District Court in December 2014 by Governor Gary Herbert. He served Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties. Judge Kendall received dual bachelor's degrees in political science and communication from Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, in 1993. He graduated with a Juris Doctorate from the University of Richmond, Virginia, in 1996, where he was the executive editor on the founding editorial board of the Richmond Journal of Law and Technology. Prior to his judicial appointment, he worked as an assistant U.S. attorney and the deputy violent crimes section chief at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah, where he received the U.S. Attorney's Award and the People's Choice Award. At the U.S. Attorney's Office, he served as both the anti-gang and robbery coordinator and prosecuted federal racketeering, robbery, firearm, narcotics, and child pornography cases. Prior to this, he served as a deputy district attorney for Salt Lake County, where he worked as a trial attorney prosecuting all types of state criminal cases. Legal ability, 4.4, compared to an average of his peers of 4.4. Integrity and judicial temperament, 4.7 compared to the average of 4.7. Administrative skills, 4.7 compared to the average of his peers of 4.7. Note: by statute, judges' scores are compared to the average of their court-level peers. How can I vote? Contact your county clerk for dates, times, and locations of in-person voting. Polls on Election Day, November 5th, are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Vote by mail. Postmark your ballot by November 4th. All counties will be conducting the election by mail. All active voters will be mailed a ballot beginning October 15th. You can expect it shortly after. If you forget to postmark your ballot by November 4th, you can drop your ballot off at your county clerk's office or a polling location on Election Day. Your county also has ballot drop boxes available in every municipality. Vote early in person, October 22nd to November 1st. All counties conduct early voting, although times and locations vary. Visit vote.utah.gov to find early voting locations and times. Vote on Election Day, November 5th. Eligible voters can vote in person on Election Day. All counties must have at least one polling location. You can visit vote.utah.gov to find the nearest Election Day polling location. Contact your clerk's office to find a location to cast or drop off your ballot on Election Day. How do I cast my ballot? If you are voting by mail, 1. Follow the instructions on the ballot and mark your ballot. 2. After you have marked your ballot, place your ballot in the provided return envelope and seal the envelope. 3. Sign the voter declaration on the envelope. You must sign this declaration for your vote to count, and you can only sign your own envelope. 4. Your return envelope may require postage. Postmark your ballot by November 4th, 2024. If you forget to mail your ballot, you can drop it off at your county clerk's office on Election Day. Please note that instructions for mail ballots may vary depending on your county. Be sure to check and follow the specific instructions that accompany your ballot. If you are voting in person, 1. Present a valid form of ID to the poll worker and sign the official voting register. 2. The poll worker will give you a card or a blank ballot to insert into an electronic voting machine, or you may receive a paper ballot to vote. 3. Follow the instructions provided on screen or on your paper ballot. 4. Double-check your selections. 5. After you are done voting, return the electronic voting machine card to the poll worker or insert your printed ballot in the drop box. Visit vote.utah.gov to view your sample ballot, find your polling location, and view biographies for the candidates in your area. How do I register to vote? You can register to vote by going online to voter.utah.gov. A current Utah driver's license is required. Mailing a form to your county clerk. You can find a registration form on page 138 and your county clerk's mailing address on page 141. Visiting your county clerk's office. You can find your county clerk's address on page 141. Registering on Election Day at a polling location. If you're registering and voting on Election Day or during early voting, be sure to bring valid ID, see page 136, and proof of residence. When do I register to vote? Register online at vote.utah.gov or at your county clerk's office before October 25, 2024. Register when you vote, either during early voting or on Election Day. Be sure to bring valid ID, see page 136, and proof of residence. Common questions. Am I registered to vote? If you are not sure whether you are registered to vote, contact your county clerk, see page 141, or the Lieutenant Governor's Office, 1-801-538-1041. I changed my name or address. Do I need to update my voter registration? Yes. If you have a new name or address, you need to submit a new registration form or log on to vote.utah.gov. What ID do I need? When you vote, you must have one form of ID that is valid, not expired, has your name, has your photograph, except tribal ID card. These forms of ID may include Utah driver's license, ID card issued by the state of Utah or the U.S. government, Utah concealed carry permit, U.S. passport, tribal ID card, does not need a photograph, or two forms of ID that are valid, not expired, or recent. Have your name, prove where you live. These forms of ID may include current utility bill or bank statement, Social Security card, U.S. military ID card, birth certificate, paycheck, Utah hunting or fishing license, employer or university ID card, Utah vehicle registration, check issued by Utah or U.S. government, tribal treaty card, Bureau of Indian Affairs card. Track my ballot. Visit vote.utah.gov and sign up to receive ballot tracking updates. Sign up to be notified when your mail-in ballot is sent and counted. You can choose the type of notification you'd like to receive. Get ballot tracking alerts. Sign up. Track my ballot. Vote. Voter registration form. Narrator's note. This page contains the State of Utah voter registration form to be filled out. End narrator's note. Information about this registration. You may also register to vote or update your registration online at www.voter.utah.gov. How do I turn in this form? You can submit this form by mailing, delivering, or scanning and emailing it to your county clerk's office. You can obtain your county clerk's contact information at vote.utah.gov or by calling the office of the Utah Lieutenant Governor. You may also mail your registration to Office of the Utah Lieutenant Governor, Elections Division, P.O. Box 142325, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114. Am I eligible to register to vote? You are eligible to register to vote if you are a citizen of the United States, have resided in Utah for at least 30 days immediately before the next election, are at least 18 years of age on or before the next election. Note, a voter who is 17 years of age is eligible to participate in a primary election if they will turn 18 years of age on or before the date of the next general election. If you are 16 or 17 years of age, you may pre-register to vote. When is the voter registration deadline? This registration form must be received by your county clerk's office at least 11 days before the election. If this form is not received by this deadline, you may register to vote at a voting center by voting with a provisional ballot and providing 2 forms of identification. You can find a list of acceptable forms of identification at vote.utah.gov. How will I know if my registration was processed? Your county clerk's office will send you an official voter information card by mail within 30 days of processing your voter registration form. You can also check the status of your voter registration by visiting vote.utah.gov. Will I need identification to vote? Yes, you will need to provide identification if you vote in person. If you are registering to vote for the first time and are voting by mail, you will need to provide identification to your county clerk's office. A list of acceptable forms of identification can be found at vote.utah.gov. Will I get a ballot in the mail? If this form is received by your county clerk's office at least 11 days before an election, your county clerk's office will mail you a ballot. If you are unable to submit your registration at least 11 days before an election, you must vote at an in-person voting center. You can find a nearby voting center on vote.utah.gov. Can I register to vote if I have been arrested or convicted of a crime? You can register to vote if you are granted parole, are on probation for a misdemeanor or a felony, are a pretrial detainee awaiting trial, are currently in jail serving a sentence for a misdemeanor that is not related to election law, or are no longer serving a term of imprisonment due to a felony or misdemeanor conviction. Is voter registration information confidential? The list of registered voters is considered public record and available to the general public in Utah. However, Utah law grants protections to voters who wish to not have their information publicly available. Section 10 of the voter registration form allows for a voter to protect their information from certain parties, while the section below, titled, "How do I request additional privacy protection?" discusses additional privacy protections that are available to certain individuals. A few items remain confidential and are never provided to any requester. Your Social Security number, your Utah driver's license number / Utah ID number, email address, full date of birth, and your signature. How do I request additional privacy protection? In addition to the protections outlined in Section 10 of the voter registration form, you may request that identifying information on your voter registration records be withheld from all political parties, candidates for public office, and their contractors, employees, and volunteers by submitting a withholding request form and any required verification with this registration form, or to the office of the Utah Lieutenant Governor or a county clerk. Who can submit a withholding request form? A person who is a victim or is likely to be a victim of domestic violence or dating violence. Law enforcement officers. Individuals protected by protective or protection orders. Members of the armed forces. Public figures who have a higher safety risk due to their celebrity status or prominent position, does not include elected officials. A person who resides with a person described in the bullet points above. You can obtain a withholding request form from your county clerk's office or the office of the Utah Lieutenant Governor, or you may download the form online at vote.utah.gov. How do I vote if I'm a Utah resident but live outside of the state at the time of an election? If you are a Utah resident who is actively serving military duty or currently resides outside of the U.S., complete Section 8 of the voter registration form to be eligible to receive a ballot by fax or email. If you are a Utah resident and would prefer to not receive your ballot at your primary residence, you can obtain an alternate address request form online at vote.utah.gov and submit it to your county clerk's office. This will enable you to receive your by-mail ballot at a separate address from your primary residence. Who should I contact if I have more questions? Contact your county clerk's office. You can obtain their contact information at vote.utah.gov. You may also contact the Office of the Utah Lieutenant Governor. Phone, area code 801-538-1041. Email, elections@utah.gov. Website, www.vote.utah.gov. Save a stamp. Register online. Use the QR code. State of Utah Voter Alternate Address Request Form. Who is eligible to file an alternate address request form? Any person who is registered to vote in the state of Utah may file this form. See Utah Code 20A-3A-202. How to apply for your ballot to be sent to an address other than your primary residence. Fill out this request form and then mail, email, or deliver the form to your county clerk's office or the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. You may also complete this form online at voter.utah.gov. Voters living outside of the United States or serving in the military may file this form in order to request that a ballot be sent to them electronically. When to submit an alternate address request. The county clerk must receive the request no later than 11 days before the election. See the reverse side of this form for your county clerk's mailing address and contact information. How to cancel an alternate address request. Contact your county clerk if you no longer wish to receive your ballot at your alternate address. Return this form to your county clerk's office. See the reverse side of this form for mailing address and contact information. Or, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, 350 North State Street, Suite 220. P.O. Box 142325, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114. Or file online at voter.utah.gov or email to elections@utah.gov. Save a stamp. Register online. See the QR code. Narrator's note. Included is the Voter Alternate Address Request Form to be filled out. End narrator's note. County Clerk Directory. County Clerk Contact Information. This list goes alphabetical by county and was updated on May 8, 2024. Beaver County. Clerk Auditor Ginger McMullen. Ginger McMullen at beaver.utah.gov. 105 East Center Street, P.O. Box 392, Beaver, Utah 84713. Phone, area code 435-438-6463. Fax, area code 435-213-1752. Box Elder County, Clerk, Marla Young, myoung@boxeldercounty.org. 01 South Main Street, Brigham City, Utah, 84302. Phone 435-734-3393. Fax 435-723-7562. Cache County. Clerk/Auditor Bryson Bem. Bryson.bem@cachecounty.gov. 179 North Main Street, Suite 102. Logan, Utah, 84321. Phone, area code 435-755-1460. Fax, area code 435-755-1980. Carbon County. Clerk/Auditor Seth Marsing. Seth.Marsing@carbon.utah.gov. 751 East, 100 North, Suite 1100. Price, Utah, 84501. Phone, area code 435-636-3221. Fax, area code 435-636-3210. Daggett County. Clerk, Brian Raymond. B. Raymond@daggettcounty.org. P.O. Box 400, Manila, Utah, 84046. Phone, area code 435-784-3154. Fax, area code 435-784-3335. Davis County. Clerk, Brian McKenzie. Clerk@daviscountyutah.gov. 61 South Main, Farmington, Utah, 84025. Phone, area code 801-451-3213. Fax, area code 801-451-3421. Duchesne County. Clerk/Auditor Shalise Jessen. C. Jessen@duchesne.utah.gov. 734 North Center Street. P.O. Box 270, Duchesne, Utah, 84021. Phone 435-738-1228. Fax 435-738-5522. Emery County. Clerk/Auditor Brenda Tuttle. Brenda@emery.utah.gov. P.O. Box 907, Castledale, Utah, 84513. Phone, area code 435-381-3550. Fax, area code 435-381-5183. Garfield County. Clerk/Auditor Camille Moore. Camille.Moore@garfield.utah.gov. 55 South Main, P.O. Box 77, Panguitch, Utah, 84759. Phone, area code 435-676-1120. Fax, area code 435-676-8239. Grand County. Clerk/Auditor Gabriel Wojtek. G. Wojtek@grandcountyutah.net. 125 East Center, Moab, Utah, 84532. Phone, area code 435-259-1321. Fax, area code 435-259-2959. Iron County. Clerk John Whitaker. J. Whitaker@ironcounty.net. 68 South 100 East. P.O. Box 429, Parowan, Utah, 84761. Phone, area code 435-477-8340. Fax, area code 435-477-8847. JUAB, Clerk, Auditor, Tennille Calloway. tennillec@juabcounty.gov. 160 North Main, Nephi, Utah 84648. Phone 435-623-3410. Fax 435-623-5936. Kane County, Clerk, Auditor, Shamil Lamb. clam@kane.utah.gov. 76 North Main Street, Kanab, Utah 84741. Phone 435-644-2458. Fax 435-644-4939. Millard County, Clerk, Markey Rowley. mrowley@co.millard.ut.us. 765 South Highway 99, Suite 6, Fillmore, Utah 84631. Phone 435-743-6223. Fax 435-743-6923. Morgan County, Clerk, Auditor, Leslie Hyde. lhyde@morgancountyutah.gov. 48 West Young Street, Room 18. P.O. Box 886, Morgan, Utah 84050. Phone 801-845-4011. Fax 801-829-6176. Piute County, Clerk, Auditor, Callie Gleave. kgleave@piute.utah.gov. P.O. Box 99, Junction, Utah 84740. Phone 435-577-2840. Fax 435-577-2433. Rich County, Clerk, Auditor, Annalisa Pert. apert@richcountyut.org. 20 South Main, P.O. Box 218, Randolph, Utah 84064. Phone 435-793-2415. Fax 435-793-2410. Salt Lake County, Clerk, Lanny Chapman. lkchapman@slco.org. 2001 South State Street, Suite 1200, Salt Lake City, Utah 84190. Phone 385-468-7400. Fax 385-468-7401. San Juan County, Clerk, Auditor, Lyman Duncan. lduncan@sanjuancounty.org. P.O. Box 338, Monticello, Utah 84535. Phone 435-587-3223. Fax 435-587-2425. Extension 4. San Pete County, Clerk, Linda Christiansen. lchristiansen@sanpetecountyutah.gov. 160 North Main, Suite 202, Manti, Utah 84642. Phone 435-835-2131. Fax 435-835-2144. Sevier County, Clerk, Auditor, Stephen Wall. scwall@severe.utah.gov. P.O. Box 607, Richfield, Utah 84701. Phone 435-893-0401. Fax 435-893-0496. Summit County Clerk Eve First, efirst@summitcounty.org. 60 North Main, P.O. Box 128, Colville, Utah 84017. Phone 435-336-3204. Fax 435-336-3030. Tooele County Clerk Tracy Shaw, tracy.tracy.shaw@tooeleco.gov. 47 South Main, number 318, Tooele, Utah 84074. Phone 435-843-3140, extension 6. Fax 435-882-7317. Uinta County Clerk Auditor Michael Wilkins, mwilkins@uinta.utah.gov. Clerk-Auditor@uinta.utah.gov. 147 East Main, Vernal, Utah 84078. Phone 435-781-5360. Fax 435-781-6701. Utah County Clerk Aaron Davidson, Aaron D@utahcounty.gov. 100 East Center, Room 3100, Provo, Utah 84606. Phone 801-851-8128. Fax 801-370-8122. Wasatch County Clerk Auditor Joey Granger, jgranger@wasatch.utah.gov. 25 North Main, Heber City, Utah 84032. Phone 435-657-3190. Fax 435-654-0834. Washington County Clerk Auditor Ryan Sullivan, ryan.sullivan@washco.utah.gov. 111 East Tabernacle Street, St. George, Utah 84770. Phone 435-301-7248. Fax 435-634-5763. Wayne County Clerk Felicia Snow, felicia@wayne.utah.gov. 18 South Main, P.O. Box 189, Loa, Utah 84747. Phone 435-836-1300. Fax 435-836-2479. Weber County Clerk Auditor Ricky Hatch, rhatch@webercountyutah.gov. 2380 Washington Boulevard, number 320, Ogden, Utah 84401. Phone 801-399-8034. Fax 801-399-8300.